Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil retreat from the day's hustle and bustle. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious moments here with us. As you settle in, let the soothing sounds of our stories envelop you in warmth and comfort. Cozy up, let the gentle narration carry you away, and allow yourself to drift into a world where worries melt away and dreams come alive. Embrace this time to unwind and discover the delightful tales that await. Story 1. In a village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering river, there lived a girl named Mira with eyes as bright as fireflies and a heart that hummed with curiosity. One evening, as she traced the path of an owl's flight beyond the meadow, she noticed a glimmering thread of light tangled in the branches of an ancient oak. It pulsed softly like a heartbeat made of stardust, and when Mira reached out to touch it, the world around her dissolved into a swirl of silver mist. When the mist cleared, she stood at the edge of the Glimmerwood, a forest where trees grew in spirals of amber and jade, their leaves chiming like wind chimes in a breeze that smelled of cinnamon and rain. The ground beneath her feet shimmered with moss that glowed faintly blue, and fireflies danced in patterns that spelled out riddles in the air. Mira's breath caught. She had always dreamed of magic, but this was beyond anything she'd imagined. As she ventured deeper, the trees began to shift, their trunks parting to reveal a path paved with moonstones. Following it, she soon heard a sound like a tiny bell ringing in distress. Rounding a bend, she found a creature no taller than her knee, a hedgehog with quills made of autumn leaves, trembling beside a puddle of melted moonlight. "Oh dear," it squeaked, its voice like rustling parchment. "I've lost my way to the frosted hollow, and without these dewdrops, the Nightblooms will never open." Mira knelt, her fingers brushing the cool, silvery puddle. "Perhaps I can help," she said gently. Remembering how her grandmother once mended a cracked vase with honey and patience, she cupped her hands and lifted the liquid light. To her surprise, it pooled and solidified into a delicate vial. The hedgehog gasped. "You've hands meant for mending," it exclaimed. Gratefully, it accepted the vial and pointed her toward a bridge woven from spider silk and twilight. "Cross there," it said, "but mind the steps, they're fond of tricks." The bridge arched over a river where fish with scales like stained glass leapt between rainbows. True to the hedgehog's warning, the steps shifted under Mira's feet, vanishing if she hesitated too long. Yet instead of fear, she felt a spark of delight. "You're clever," she laughed, hopping lightly from one glimmering thread to another, "but so am I." The bridge, as if pleased by her courage, steadied its dance, and she reached the far bank just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in lavender and peach. In the dusky glow, Mira stumbled upon a clearing where mushrooms glowed like lanterns, and a circle of rabbits in waistcoats sipped tea from acorn cups. They froze mid-sip, ears twitching. "A guest," chirped the smallest rabbit, its nose speckled with stardust. "Come share a sip of thistle brew, but first you must answer a riddle. I bloom in darkness, fade in light, and hold the dreams of endless night. What am I?" Mira tilted her head, watching the fireflies weave constellations above. "A memory," she guessed. The rabbits clapped their paws. Close enough, they giggled, offering her a cup. The tea tasted of blackberry jam and campfire stories, warm and familiar. As she drank, the rabbits whispered of a tower at the forest's heart, where the guardian of Glimmerwood kept a secret for those brave enough to listen. Her path led her next through a grove of trees with bark like cracked porcelain, their branches heavy with glass apples that chimed when the wind stirred. Here she met a fox with fur the color of crushed violets, pacing beneath the largest tree. "The last apple won't fall," it sighed, pointing to a fruit gleaming high above. "Without its song, the stars won't wake." Mira studied the tree, then hummed a lullaby her mother sang at bedtime, a tune soft and slow as drifting snow. The apple quivered, then dropped into her palms with a sound like 100 tiny bells. The fox bowed, its tail fanning into a bouquet of lilacs. "You've a melody in your soul," it said, and gifted her a petal that glowed like a lantern. Dawn was near when Mira reached the tower, a slender spire wrapped in ivy that sparkled with frost despite the warm air. Inside, the guardian awaited, a being of shifting light and shadow with eyes like twin moons. "You've journeyed well, little one," it murmured, its voice echoing like distant thunder. "But to claim the secret, you must face one last trial. Look into the pool of whispers and tell me what you see." The pool swirled with colors deeper than the night sky. Mira peered in, expecting visions of dragons or storms. Instead, she saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, a girl who carried kindness like a compass, who turned fear into curiosity and loneliness into friendship. "I see someone who's still learning," she said softly. "But that's all right, isn't it?" The guardian's laughter rang like spring rain. "Wisdom blooms in humble soil," it said. From the pool rose a seed wrapped in light. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home." Mira returned to her village as the first birds began to sing. Beneath the ancient oak where her adventure began, she buried the seed. By morning, a tree had sprouted, its leaves a patchwork of every season, its branches heavy with fruit that tasted of starlight and stories. Villagers gathered, marveling, but Mira simply smiled, knowing the greatest magic wasn't in the tree, but in the journey that had grown her courage like roots. That night, as she drifted to sleep, the fireflies outside her window danced in a new pattern, one that shimmered with the faint, sweet promise of adventures yet to come. Story 2. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young bookbinder named Corin, whose hands could mend torn pages but trembled at life's unpredictabilities. Each morning he walked the same cobbled path to his workshop, a cottage with ivy-laced windows where the scent of aged paper and lavender ink lingered like an old friend. For years, this routine had been his armor against a world he found too brightly colored, too loud, too eager to shift beneath one's feet. But autumn arrived that year not with its usual amber grace, and the wind carried whispers of a change no one could name. The first sign of magic came when Corin discovered a sapling growing through the floorboards of his shop. Its leaves shimmered like stained glass, casting prisms of light that danced over his work table. He tried to prune it, then to uproot it, but by moonrise it had grown into a slender tree with bark that hummed when touched. That night an elderly woman appeared at his door, her cloak stitched with constellations and hair coiled like silver smoke. "That's a memory tree," she said, as though explaining the weather. "Its roots drink worries, and its branches bear what's needed." Her name was Win, keeper of the valley's oldest tales, and she left him with a riddle. To mend the spine of a trembling book, you must first learn how the pages shake. Corin's carefully ordered days unraveled like frayed thread. The memory tree grew faster each dawn, its branches sprouting crystalline buds that chimed in the breeze. When a bud fell into his palm, it dissolved into visions, himself as a child, too afraid to climb the village's great oak, his voice faltering during his father's funeral rites, the hollow silence of his workshop after his only apprentice left for brighter cities. The tree mirrored his unease, its leaves wilted whenever he avoided the visions, reviving only when he faced them. Win returned often, bringing honey cakes and stories of the valley's hidden magic. "All living things grow toward light," she murmured one evening as they sipped chamomile tea by the tree's glow. "Even those that fear the sun." She introduced him to Tansy, a gardener whose touch could coax melody from petals, and Bram, a stargazer who read futures in the gaps between constellations. Together they formed an unlikely fellowship, their laughter softening Corin's solitude. Tansy showed him how to listen to the language of roots. Bram taught him that stars, like people, are shaped by the spaces they bridge. One frost-kissed night, the memory tree bore a single fruit, a glowing orb that pulsed like a heartbeat. When Corin plucked it, the workshop dissolved into a realm of liquid shadows and floating lanterns. There he met a mirror version of himself, translucent and trembling. "I'm what you bury," it said, voice echoing with the hollows of unsaid words. Every what if, every never enough. The shadow Corin led him through scenes of his life, moments where fear had clipped his wings, conversations stoppered like unused ink. But as they walked, the shadow began to flicker, its edges blurring into gold. "You're growing," it realized, half in wonder. "You're watering parts of yourself I cannot reach." When Corin awoke, the tree had transformed. Its trunk spiraled with carvings of his journey, tangled knots smoothing into rivers, storm clouds breaking into flocks of birds. Wynne appeared beside him, her eyes reflecting the tree's new radiance. "You fed it courage," she said. "Now watch how it feeds the world." As weeks passed, the tree's influence rippled through the valley. Villagers began visiting Corin's shop, drawn by whispers of a tree that could turn fears into blossoms. A baker overcame her dread of fire, kindling ovens that now breathed life into saffron buns. A fisherman confronted his grief for lost ships, weaving nets from the tree's resilient vines. Corin, once a curator of silence, found himself mending more than books. He bound torn hearts with threads of shared stories, using ink that shifted colors with the speaker's emotions. The final test came with the spring thaw. The memory tree's roots had grown deep enough to crack the workshop's stone floor, and Corin knew it could no longer stay confined. "Trees aren't meant for cages," Tansy said gently, her hands caked with soil from transplanting moonflowers. With Bram's guidance, they moved the tree to the village square, where its branches arched over the cobbles like a cathedral of living light. The first time a storm rattled its boughs, Corin stood breathless in the rain, watching how it bent but did not break. Years later, travelers would speak of a valley where a great tree shimmered at its heart, its leaves whispering stories to those who listened closely. They'd mention the bookbinder with eyes like softened parchment, who no longer flinched at unexpected winds. Children nestled in its roots would laugh as visions of their own potential unfurled, tiny saplings of bravery, curiosity, compassion, and Corin would smile, remembering how a single crack in his perfect routine had let the world bloom in. On quiet evenings, when the tree's light pooled like liquid gold over the square, he'd join Wynne, Tansy, and Bram beneath its branches. They'd share spiced cider and watch as fireflies, or perhaps stray fragments of the tree's magic, danced around them. No one spoke of endings, for the tree's story was ever unfolding, its roots a reminder that even the deepest fears could become foundations for extraordinary things. And in that warmth, Corin finally understood the truth he'd been binding into every book without knowing, that growth is not a destination, but the art of learning how to hold the light. Story 3. On the edge of a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into constellations, there lived a girl with a patchwork satchel and a heart that hummed with curiosity. One twilight, while chasing the silvery trail of a moth's wings, she stumbled upon a path she'd never seen, a ribbon of cobblestones glowing like cat's eyes in the dusk. The stones hummed beneath her boots, and though her knees trembled, she followed them into the throat of the forest, where the trees leaned close to whisper secrets only the brave could hear. The cobblestones led her to a door. Not an ordinary door, but one woven from willow branches and spider silk, its frame pulsing with a light like trapped fireflies. When she touched it, the vines sighed open, revealing the Valley of Velvet Hours, a place where time dripped slow as honey, and the sky was a quilt stitched from twilight purples and dawn pinks all at once. Rivers flowed upward here, their waters laughing as they defied gravity to water clouds shaped like sleeping whales. Trees bore lantern fruit that swelled with liquid gold, casting buttery light over meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells in the breeze. Her first friend came on wings of corduroy soft fur, a rabbit with ears like fern fronds and eyes that held the green glow of deep forest pools. "You've come to mend the melody," it said, its voice a rustle of autumn leaves. The rabbit led her to a grove where the wind had tangled the song of the chime flowers, making the air hiccup and wheeze. "The valley's heart song is nodded," explained the rabbit. "To heal it, you must listen deeper than noise." The girl knelt, pressing her palms to the earth. She heard the whimpers of uprooted dandelions, the lonely creak of an oak missing its crow's nest, the stuttering rhythm of the broken breeze. Closing her eyes, she hummed a lullaby her grandmother had sung, a tune that smelled of cinnamon and safety, and one by one the flowers straightened, their glass petals ringing clear. The wind untangled itself, weaving her hum into its folds, and the valley exhaled a sigh that ruffled her hair like a grateful hand. Further in, she met a bridge made of sighs and spiderwebs, arching over a river that reflected memories instead of faces. "Cross me," the bridge murmured, "but only if your heart is light enough to float on a dandelion seed." The girl paused, thinking of the time she'd broken her mother's favorite jug, the sharp words she'd once hurled at her shadow. She scooped these memories into her satchel, offering them to the river below. The water swallowed them gently, transforming guilt into minnows that darted away, sparkling. The bridge held firm beneath her feet. In the valley's heart stood the clockwood tree, its trunk a spiral of pearlescent bark, its branches heavy with time-ripened fruit. Here she met the keeper, a creature of shifting shapes, now a barn owl with constellations caught in its feathers, now a badger with a map of the valley etched into its fur. "You've danced with our winds and lightened your sorrows," the keeper said. "Now face your final test. Night is falling in your world. Will you leave us or stay where wonder never fades?" The girl looked around. Fireflies scribbled poems in the air. A family of hedgehogs rolled past, their spines studded with dewdrop jewels. She thought of her mother's hands kneading dough by morning light, her little brother's laughter as he chased frogs in the creek. "I belong to both," she said softly, "to the magic here and the magic there." The keeper blinked slowly, its eyes full of supernovas. "Wisdom roots deeper than the oldest tree," it rumbled. Plucking a seed from the clockwood, it pressed it into her palm, a tiny, throbbing star. "Plant this where your two worlds meet. It will grow into a bridge for those who dare to listen to whispering paths." The journey home was shorter, the cobblestones guiding her back as owls hooted a farewell chorus. She emerged into her village, dawn just blushing the sky, her satchel heavy with a seed and a story. Under the fence post where meadow met forest, she buried her gift. By noon a sapling had sprung up, its leaves tinkling with familiar glassflower chimes. Years later, when children asked about the tree that bloomed both golden apples and snowflakes, she'd smile and say, "Adventure is a thread that stitches worlds together. Sometimes the bravest thing isn't leaving or staying, it's learning to carry the wonder home." And if you walk past her cottage tonight, you might see it, the shimmering branches stretching toward stars, a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary, proof that courage is just love dressed in traveling clothes. Story 4. In the quiet village of Wickerbrush, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks, and the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of dancing feet, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Tansy, who could smell rain approaching 2 days before it came. Her mother kept the bakery beneath their thatched cottage, filling the air with cinnamon ghosts and crusty golden loaves that crackled as they cooled. It was while searching for misplaced ginger nut biscuits in the attic's shadowy corners that Tansy's elbow bumped against an ancient tea chest, releasing a sound like wind chimes made of ice. Inside lay a quilt unlike any she'd seen, 9 fabric squares stitched with constellations of silver thread, the batting between layers mysteriously cool and weighty as river stones. When she spread it across her knees to inspect the peculiar embroidery, the attic walls dissolved like sugar in tea. Suddenly she stood in a moonlit grove, watching two girls no older than herself bury a wooden box beneath an oak tree, their whispers urgent with tears. "No one must find it until the story's mended," said the taller girl, pressing a trembling hand against the bark. Then the vision rippled, leaving Tansy clutching ordinary cotton in a dusty attic, her heart drumming against her ribs like a moth in a jar. The quilt's magic proved as particular as a cat's affections. It only revealed its stories when wrapped around shoulders already chilled by evening air, and only to those who hummed the half-remembered lullaby Tansy's gran used to sing. Over steaming cups of dandelion root tea, old Mrs. Nettle from the flower shop recognized the stitching. "That's memory weave," she murmured, tracing a square showing bioluminescent mushrooms glowing along a creek bed. "The Threadwind sisters made 3 such quilts last century, one for truths, one for dreams, and one lost to a quarrel. Seems you found the argument's echo." Determined to unravel the mystery, Tansy enlisted 2 unlikely allies, a bookish hedgehog named Pippin who nested in the library's dictionary stand, and a retired stonemason called Mr. Briar whose beard housed an entire ecosystem of helpful moths. Pippin, balancing precariously on Tansy's shoulder as they examined the quilt's underside, identified the silvery threads as moonful filaments, solidified starlight, really. Notice how they thrum in G-sharp when plucked. Mr. Briar's moths, meanwhile, fluttered excitedly around a quilt square, depicting his own weathered hands placing a keystone in the village bridge decades prior. "Ah yes," he chuckled, "I wondered who'd been watching that day." The visions grew clearer as autumn painted the maples crimson. A pattern emerged, each embroidered scene revealed fractured pieces of the Threadwind sisters falling out. Laurel accusing Fern of stealing a song's 3rd verse, Fern bitterly stitching up a tear in the truth quilt, both girls burying fragments of their craft in locations steeped with personal meaning. It's not about the quarrel, Tansy realized one frost-kissed morning, watching her breath cloud over a quilt square showing the sisters back-to-back at their looms. It's about the silence that grew after. Their quest to mend the story led the trio to forgotten corners of Wickerbrush. In the cider cellar beneath the old schoolhouse, Pippin's quills illuminated carvings of 2 girls treading grapes, their laughter preserved in the wood grain. Mr. Briar's moths led them to a hollow yew where they found Fern's journal, its pages fragrant with pressed violets and sorrow. Most poignant was Laurel's thimble discovered beneath the bridge keystone, still indented from where she'd pushed it too hard during her final angry stitching. The challenge came as first snow feathered the village. Wrapped in the quilt beneath the oak from her first vision, Tansy finally witnessed the quarrel's full tapestry, not a theft but a misunderstanding compounded by pride. Fern had hidden Laurel's favorite poem to protect her from a suitor's mockery. Laurel interpreted the act as jealousy. "They needed a mirror, Mr. Briar observed quietly as Tansy recounted the scene, something to show their hearts hadn't really drifted. On Solstice Eve, when the veil between stories grows thin, the trio gathered the relics at the oak tree. Pippin arranged the thimble and journal atop Fern's half-finished embroidery hoop, while Mr. Briar's moths dusted silver pollen across the roots. As Tansy draped the quilt over the buried box, the village bell began ringing of its own accord, 9 peals that shook snow from pine boughs in glittering clouds. From the earth rose twin wisps of light that twirled around each other like kittens, before resolving into the faint but smiling forms of the Threadwind sisters. Their hands moved in unison, stitching the air with threads of frost until the quilt floated upward, its 9 squares blossoming into a tapestry that spanned the starlight. The revelation wasn't some grand spell or hidden treasure, but simpler magic. The quilt now showed both sisters' perspectives woven together. Laurel's fiery sunsets blended with Fern's intricate spiderwebs, their combined work more radiant than either could have created alone. As the vision faded, Tansy felt the quilt settle around her shoulders, no longer heavy with unresolved history, but light as dandelion fluff, humming contentedly in C major. Come spring, the quilt took up residence in the village hall beneath a plaque reading, "Stories mend when shared." Children traced the silver threads to find hidden hedgehogs in the embroidery. Elders smiled at scenes of their own long ago, laughter preserved in cloth. Tansy took to bringing the quilt to the bakery, where its presence made bread rise taller and tempers sweeten faster. On misty mornings, if you pressed your ear to the teapot's spout, you might hear faint echoes of two sisters giggling over a shared rhyme, their voices braided like challah dough, a gentle reminder that even the most tangled threads smooth when woven with care. Story 5. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young girl named Sylvie, whose hands hummed with the quiet music of growing things. Her cottage nestled against an ancient oak tree, whose branches cupped the moon each night like a precious pearl, its roots weaving through the floorboards to brush against her bedpost as she slept. Sylvie could coax violets to bloom in snowmelt and persuade cherry trees to fruit twice in a summer, but only when the world felt still, predictable, and folded into rhythms as familiar as her own heartbeat. Autumn had always been her season of unease. Where others saw beauty in amber leaves and smelled adventure in wood smoke, Sylvie felt the earth's restless shifting like a tremor in her bones. This year the change struck fiercer than before. The oak's leaves began to fall weeks early, spiraling down in gusts of cinnamon-scented wind, and with them slipped Sylvie's grasp on her magic. Seedlings she planted sprouted thorns instead of petals, rainwater turned to syrup in her cupped hands. "It's just the wind teaching the trees to let go," said her grandmother, pressing a mug of spiced chai into her palms. But Sylvie clutched the steaming clay tighter, watching through the window as the village children danced in the leaf-strewn square, their laughter as bright and fleeting as the season itself. The turning point came when the first frost arrived, a silver whisper that should have glazed the pumpkin patches, but instead crept into Sylvie's garden and froze her marigolds mid-bloom. Their golden faces hardened into glassy masks, stems brittle as old bones. That night she found her grandmother in the root cellar, sorting jars of preserved starlight, harvested during summer meteor showers, each cork sealed with beeswax. "You can't mend a river by standing still in its current," the old woman murmured, brushing cobwebs from a vial of sunflower yellow light. "Walk upstream, little fern, follow the brook beyond the willow thicket. There's a glen that listens, and perhaps it will help you listen too." So Sylvie packed a satchel with blackberry scones and a knit scarf the color of storm clouds, her boots crunching through rime-laced grass as she ventured beyond the village. The air tasted of wood ash and longing. By noon she reached the willow thicket, a curtain of trailing branches that parted to reveal a path paved with stones like scattered teeth. Here the laws of seasons frayed at the edges. Ice crystals bloomed alongside fire-red mushrooms, and a single cicada hummed a drowsy tune though winter neared. It was in this between place that she met Fig, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water. He appeared as she paused to sip from a spring, his paws leaving no prints in the frost. "You've brought summer in your pockets," he observed, nose twitching toward her scones. Sylvie blinked, crumbs tumbled from the linen wrap in her hand, hitting the ground as tiny glowing embers. Fig lapped them up, his tail flickering through shades of copper and sage. Fearless thing, he mused, though whether he meant her or the crumbs, Sylvie couldn't tell. "The glen knows your footsteps, walk softly, it's been waiting." Deeper they wandered, past a thicket where birch trees wore scarves of moss, past a pond where fish with bioluminescent scales sketched constellations across the water's surface. At last the trees peeled back to reveal a circular clearing, the Whispering Glen. Its floor was carpeted in velvety liverwort, and at its center stood a tree unlike any Sylvie had seen. Gnarled and towering, its trunk pulsed with a gentle bioluminescence, veins of blue light coursing upward into branches that held seasons. Not leaves, but moments. Here a cluster of spring raindrops suspended mid-fall, there an autumn maple leaf burning eternal crimson, higher up a winter icicle refracting dawn light into rainbows. "It's a memory tree," breathed Fig, his fur now the deep green of midsummer ferns. "Or a prophecy tree. Depends on the hour." He nudged her forward with a damp nose. Sylvie's fingertips grazed the trunk, and the world dissolved into sensation. She was falling through layers of time, the acidic tang of unripe apples, the creak of her father's rowboat in July heat, the suffocating sweetness of lilacs in her mother's hair before the fever took her. Seasons collided, snowflakes melting on her tongue became the sweat of a childhood sprint through wheat fields, until she staggered back, gasping. Too much. Fig's ear twitched in sympathy. Try listening lower, roots hear differently. This time Sylvie knelt, pressing her palms to the mossy base. The visions slowed, softened. She saw her grandmother as a girl, burying acorns in a drought-stricken field. Saw the oak sapling her oak, she realized, weathering storms by bending sideways. Saw her own birth, a squalling infant cradled in roots that curled like protective fingers, and further back, centuries of winters that had seemed endless until some brave soul planted hope in frozen ground. A voice seeped up through the roots, earthy and resonant. You mourn the unchanging, yet cling to a magic that requires transformation. A seed cannot flower without cracking its shell. Tears warmed Sylvie's cheeks. But what if I break too much? What if I... Her throat tightened around the fear she'd carried since her mother's death, since the first time her magic had crackled unpredictably through her veins. What if I lose what's precious? The tree's answer came not in words, but in a shower of amber light from its branches. The particles settled on Sylvie's skin, humming a tune her mother used to sing while kneading dough. Across the glen the undergrowth rustled and creatures emerged, a hedgehog wearing a cap of frost, moths with wings like stained glass, a child-sized figure woven from willow switches. They circled her not threateningly but curiously, their presence a balm. "They're echoes," Fig explained, chasing a moth that shed glittering dust. "Gardens planted by others who have stood here, wondering if they were enough." The willow figure extended a twiggy hand, and in its palm bloomed a flower made of light, petals shifting from violet to crimson to gold. When Sylvie returned to the village at twilight, her boots were caked with clay from the glen, and her pockets bulged with luminescent acorns Fig had insisted she take. The children spotted her first, their lantern bobbing through the square like a captive star. "Sylvie's back, did you fight a bear, find a dragon's hoard?" She laughed, and the sound carried the crispness of frost meeting sunlight. "Something better, I found a recipe." Her grandmother waited on the cottage porch, a quilt around her shoulders and a knowing smile in her eyes. Without a word, Sylvie knelt by the garden's edge, where her glass-brittle marigolds stood like sorrowful sentinels. She planted one of the glen's acorns beside them, humming the tune the amber light had gifted her. What sprouted wasn't a tree but a vine, thick and iridescent, curling up the cottage walls with tendrils that shimmered like liquid pearl. Where it touched the frozen marigolds, their petals softened, thawed, then multiplied into blooms that emitted soft chimes when the breeze stirred them. The village gathered, breath frosting in the air, as children puffed on the chiming flowers to make them sing. Old Mr. Bramble, who'd once scolded Sylvie for over-enthusiastic blueberry harvests, wiped his spectacles. "Well, suppose even stubborn soil needs a nudge now and then." Winter came, but Sylvie's magic no longer fought it. She learned to weave icicles into chandeliers that melted just enough each afternoon to water her herbs. When spring returned, she taught the village children to grow vegetables shaped like stars, their flavors intensifying under Fig's mischievous supervision. The fox had taken a liking to napping in the squash patch. And on the first day of autumn, Sylvie led a procession to the Whispering Glen, where everyone planted acorns that sprouted into trees bearing fruits tailored to each planter's secret wishes. Sour plums for the baker who loved tangy jam, velvety peaches for the widow who missed her husband's kisses. The memory tree watched over it all, its branches now cradling a new addition, a glowing orb that held the scent of Sylvie's laughter, the warmth of her grandmother's spiced chai, and the quiet courage of a girl who'd learned that growth requires both holding on and letting go. On silent nights when the village slept under quilts of moonlight, Sylvie would press her palm to her oak tree's bark and feel the echo of roots stretching deep beneath the soil, not fighting the turn of seasons, but dancing with them, cell by cell, toward the light. Story 6. The last golden rays of autumn sunlight dripped like honey through the birch trees, as 12-year-old Tamsin traced her finger along the faded embroidery of her grandmother's shawl. The threads told stories in colors now softened by time, forest greens bleeding into twilight purples, sunrise oranges whispering to midnight blues. Every stitch is a memory, Gran had said that morning, her voice trembling like aspen leaves as she pressed the fabric into Tamsin's hands. The answers you seek are in the valley where the river bends twice. Listen when the willows weep at moonrise. Tamsin's boots whispered through drifts of amber leaves as she followed the silver ribbon of the Ashbourne River. The air smelled of wood smoke and distant frost, carrying the laughter of squirrels hiding acorns. She paused where the water curled into a perfect spiral, creating a mirrored pool where orange koi flickered beneath the surface like living embers. Here the ancient willow trees trailed their branches in the water, their leaves brushing ripples that glowed with a faint pearlescent light. Remembering Gran's words, Tamsin knelt by the bank just as the moon lifted its pale face above the hills. The weeping willows began to sing. It wasn't a song of words but of sensations, the crispness of the first apple bite in September, the warmth of hands cupped around a clay teacup, the scent of ink drying on parchment. Between the shivering branches, a path revealed itself, paved with stones that shimmered like abalone shells. Tamsin's pendant, an owl carved from cedarwood, passed down through generations, warmed against her chest. She'd always thought its hollow eyes looked sad, but now they glimmered with flecks of gold, as though awakening from centuries of sleep. The path led to a circular door set into an oak tree wider than a cottage. Its surface was carved with phases of the moon interlocking with strange, graceful runes. Tamsin's fingers found the owl pendant, and without understanding how, she pressed it into a depression where the full moon's eye should be. The door opened with a sigh of releasing apple-scented air. Inside, the tree hollow stretched impossibly upward, its walls lined with thousands of tiny drawers made from birch bark and spider silk. A loom dominated the center, its half-woven tapestry depicting a star-strewn night where constellations formed the same runes as the door. Sitting at the loom was a woman whose face shifted like dappled shadows, young, then old, then somewhere ageless in between. Her hair cascaded in a river of silver threads that pooled around a pair of shears made of starlight. "Welcome, little keeper," the woman said, her voice the crackle of pages turning in an old book. "You've come to claim your legacy." Tamsin's breath caught as she recognized the patterns in the tapestry. They matched the embroidery on Gran's shawl. "Who are you?" "The weaver of roots. Your ancestors sat where you stand now, learning to weave memory into cloth, starlight into stories." She gestured to the drawers. "Open the one marked with your true name." Tamsin hesitated. "I don't know my true name." The weaver smiled. "Names are felt, not given. Listen." A drawer near the floor began to glow. Inside lay a spindle whorl carved with owls in flight and a skein of yarn that changed colors as Tamsin touched it, deep moss green, then the soft purple of twilight hills. As she lifted it, visions bloomed like ink in water. Tilda, a girl with Tamsin's freckles churning butter while singing to a barn owl perched on the windowsill. A young man stitching a cloak from lichen-dyed wool, his fingers guided by the murmurs of a talking brook. Gran as a child, laughing as she balanced on a stone wall, the pendant glowing while she mended a tear in the sky's twilight fabric tilde. "You're all storytellers," Tamsin breathed. "Keepers of the threshold," the weaver corrected gently. "We mend what's frayed between worlds, seasons drifting out of step, dreams leaking into waking hours, memories forgotten by the land." She touched the half-finished tapestry. "Your thread has been missing. The pattern suffers for it." Tamsin clutched the yarn. "But I don't know how to weave." "You did when you comforted Mrs. Nettle's grieving cat by the mill pond, when you convinced the warring blue jays to share the hazelnut tree, when you patched your brother's torn kite with threads from your own scarf." The weaver's eyes softened. "Kindness is the first stitch, child, the rest will come." Over moons that waxed and waned in the tree's timeless light, Tamsin learned. She spun clouds into embroidery floss, distilled dawn's first light into dye, and sang to the loom until its shuttle danced. The drawers revealed tools of forgotten magic, a thimble that could catch tears before they fell, needles forged from meteorites, a pair of spectacles that revealed the hidden mends in the world's fabric. Yet the greatest lesson came unexpectedly. One evening, as Tamsin tried to fix a rent in the tapestry showing a barren winter field, her stitches kept unraveling. Frustrated, she nearly threw down the needle. "Try mending with your weakness instead of your strength," the weaver advised, handing her a skein of yarn the color of vulnerability, translucent, shimmering gray. Tamsin's first clumsy stitch trembled. The second wavered. But as she pushed through the shame of imperfection, the thread began to glow. Where it crossed the torn edges, new growth sprouted, not the original crop of wheat, but wildflowers nourishing the exhausted soil. "Ah," the weaver murmured. "Now you understand, we don't restore what was, we honor what is by weaving it forward." When the last thread was tied, Tamsin emerged to find only minutes had passed in the outside world. The willows dipped their branches as she returned to Gran's cottage, where the old woman sat wrapped in her fading shawl. Without a word, Tamsin drew out the spindle whorl. Together they unraveled the shawl's worn threads and wove them anew, strengthening frail memories with Tamsin's fresh yarn, blending past and present into a pattern that breathed. At the winter solstice festival, Tamsin stood before the village wearing the transformed shawl. As she spoke of threshold keeping, the owl pendant glowed, casting constellations onto the snow. Children shrieked with delight when their shadows briefly sprouted wings. Elders wept as the embroidery revealed faces of loved ones long gone but not forgotten. That night, Gran's hand found Tamsin's as they watched the northern lights dance. "You've given them more than pretty stories," she said. "Not given," Tamsin corrected softly. "Woven." And high above, the stars themselves seemed to shift, not rearranged but seen anew, their ancient light stitched into a tapestry that welcomed fresh threads. Story 7. In the drowsy valley of Willowbrook Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into riddles and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed, there existed a curious sort of moonlight, thick as cream and twice as golden. It was here that young Tansy discovered the first clue to the autumn's great mystery, while scrunching through maple leaves that crackled like parchment beneath her boots. One crisp evening, as the village baker's daughter kneeled to inspect a peculiar mushroom circle glowing faintly violet, she noticed the shadows between the trees didn't quite behave as shadows should. They pooled too darkly, shivering when the wind stilled, as though holding their breath. Tansy's russet curls prickled with static, not from fear, but from the electric sense of a story unfolding. "You've seen them too, then," murmured a voice like tea steam curling from a spout. An elderly woman emerged from the mist, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when blinked at. Granny Wren, the village's part-time stargazer and full-time riddle solver, adjusted her spectacles, lenses as round and green as dragonfly wings. "The shadows are borrowing things, Mrs. Cobblenook's thimble, Mr. Finch's pocket watch, even the copper bell from the postmaster's bicycle. Tansy's eyes widened. But why? Ah, Granny Wren's wrinkles deepened conspiratorially. That's the question that wants answering, isn't it? Come, the moonberries near Briar Glen are ripe, and moonlight's best for thinking. As they walked, the hollow revealed its nightly magic, willows trailing fingers through starlit ponds, hedgehogs rolling themselves into cinnamon-dusted biscuits to nibble at dawn. Yet Tansy's gaze kept drifting to the wood's edge, where the shadows now swayed like reeds in an unseen current. The mystery thickened 3 nights later when the entire village awoke to find every mirror frosted over with delicate silver ferns, except Tansy's hand-polished looking glass, which showed not her reflection, but a flicker of movement like tadpoles darting through ink. That afternoon, while delivering rosemary bread to the miller, she spied a shadow beneath his apple tree holding something glinting, a pair of spectacles that most certainly didn't belong to anyone living. They're gathering gifts, Tansy realized aloud that evening, perched on Granny Wren's cluttered work table. Jars of bioluminescent tadpoles cast watery light over maps sketched on birch bark. But for whom? The old woman hummed, stirring a pot of lavender-infused honey. Shadows are but echoes of light, child. Perhaps these ones wish to become more than echoes. She handed Tansy a lantern with a moth-wing shade. Best ask the ones who dance between realms. Guided by the lantern's pearlescent glow, Tansy ventured to the moss grove, a cathedral of ancient oaks where fireflies spelled out forgotten alphabets. There, beneath a tree whose roots cradled a spring, she found the Pandolfin, a creature with a body like a melted candle, 6 mushroom-cap ears, and eyes that reflected entire galaxies. "You've brought no offerings," the Pandolfin observed, its voice the sound of water slipping over moss. "Yet you seek answers." Tansy curtsied as Granny Wren had taught her. "I've brought a question, honored one. Why do shadows take what isn't theirs?" The creature's gelatinous form quivered. Even shadows grow lonely. They prepare for the night of naming, when the veil between form and formless thins. To be seen, they must become givers, not just borrowers. But shadows cannot create, only reflect. Understanding dawned like the first brushstroke of sunrise. They're trying to give presents so someone will notice them, but they can't make things themselves, so they borrow. Tansy chewed her lip. How do we help them give properly? What do shadows love best? The Pandolfin sank into its spring, leaving the question hanging like dewdrops. All through the next day, Tansy experimented. She left out spools of ribbon untouched, jars of firefly light ignored, even Granny Wren's finest silver polish. It wasn't until twilight, as she traced the silhouette of an oak against her bedroom wall, that the answer struck her. "Stories," she exclaimed, nearly toppling her inkwell. "Shadows love stories, they're made of them." On the eve of the night of naming, the villagers gathered in the meadow, clutching candles in hollowed-out gourds. Tansy stood atop a tree stump, heart pattering like moth wings, and did something no one had ever dared. She addressed the shadows directly. "We know you're there," she called, voice steady as the North Star. "And we've brought gifts that need no hands to hold." One by one, the villagers began sharing tales. The blacksmith recounted how his grandfather's shadow once untangled a frightened foal's reins. The schoolteacher told of a shadow that caught her hat midair during a spring gale. Even little Milo, the shepherd's son, whispered about the rabbit-shaped shadow that made him laugh during a thunderstorm. As stories wove through the air like visible breath, the stolen items materialized at the villagers' feet, not as mere objects but transformed. Mrs. Cobblenook's thimble now brimmed with everlasting thread that shimmered like spider silk. Mr. Finch's pocket watch ticked in reverse, its hands dusted with stardust. And there, glowing softly beside Tansy's boot, lay the Pandolfin's spring water in a vial made of frozen shadow. When the last tale faded, something extraordinary happened. The villagers' shadows detached gently, like leaves from autumn branches, and began dancing, a waltz of gratitude. Where their darkness touched the earth, night-blooming flowers unfurled, indigo petals with centers like molten silver, sweetening the air with vanilla and rain. Granny Wren squeezed Tansy's shoulder, her spectacles misty. You've reminded them, and us, that being seen begins with sharing one's truth. As the hollow drifted into contented dreams that night, Tansy placed the shadow vial on her windowsill. Moonlight fractured through it, painting her walls with constellations no telescope had ever spotted. Somewhere in the woods, she knew, the Pondlefin was smiling, and in the spaces between candlelight and darkness, new friendships quietly took root. Story 8. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Clara, whose hands were always speckled with ink from mending books. Her days passed in the warm amber light of Mr. Bramble's curiosity shop, where cracked globes whispered of distant winds and porcelain dolls with chipped smiles kept centuries of secrets. But it was on the eve of her 12th birthday, while dusting a shelf cluttered with forgotten trinkets, that Clara discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on a frozen pond, etched with constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Clara tilted it toward the window, the painted stars inside swirled as though stirred by an invisible spoon. A faint hum vibrated against her palms, resonating with the peculiar ache she'd carried since her mother's passing, a loneliness that clung like burrs to wool. That night, as Clara lay in her attic room with its sloping ceilings and moth-hollowed quilts, the teapot began to sing. It started as a murmur, low and honeyed, the sound of a kettle sighing on a hearth. Then words emerged, clear and bright as spring water. Seek the roots where memories sleep, where silver leaves turn secrets deep. The voice pooled in the air like melted caramel, and from the teapot's mouth bloomed a wisp of steam that twisted into the shape of an owl, its wings edged with starlight. Without thinking, Clara reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the phantom feathers, her room dissolved. She stood in a forest of towering grandfather clocks, their pendulums swinging in unison like metallic heartbeats. Moonlight dripped through the canopy of gears above, casting sprocket-shaped shadows on a path paved with worn piano keys. A breeze carried the scent of aged paper and bergamot, and somewhere in the distance, a cello's mournful note trembled. "First time, is it?" chirped a voice. At Clara's feet sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from autumn leaves, its quills dusted with cinnamon. It adjusted tiny spectacles and sniffed. "You've got the look, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. Name's Thistle. I'd say pleased to meet you, but let's reserve judgment till you stop gawking." Thistle became her guide through the clockwork woods, where hourglasses grew like mushrooms and rivers of liquid mercury wound through the trees. He explained the teapot was a Nemesine urn, forged by star weavers to heal fractured hearts. "It doesn't erase sorrow," he cautioned as they crossed a bridge of frozen songbirds, all harmonizing in their icy sleep, "but helps you carry it if you're brave enough to brew the truth." Their journey led them to the grove of echoing stones, where every pebble held a laugh, a sigh, or a fragment of a forgotten lullaby. Here they met Lurail, a willow-thin woman with hair like cascading candle smoke and eyes that flickered between emerald and twilight. She tended the grove, pressing stones to her ear like seashells before placing them in rattling baskets. "The urn's magic is fading," Lurail murmured, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. "Its keeper abandoned it mid-song. To restore it, you must find the coda, the memory that was left unsteeped." She pressed a stone into Clara's palm. It pulsed warmly, releasing the scent of lavender and a woman's voice humming, "Sleep, my little starling." Clara's breath hitched. "That's my mother." Lurail nodded. The urn chooses those with unfinished symphonies, but beware the hollow hour, a creature that feeds on abandoned memories. It'll try to tempt you with prettier pasts. The path grew steeper, the air thickening with the tang of unshed tears. Clock trees gave way to jagged mirrors reflecting Clara's loneliest moments, sitting alone at the village feast, staring at her mother's empty chair, watching other children skip stones while she mended books. Thistle nudged her ankle. Don't linger. Mirrors are liars, they show slices, not the whole pie. When the hollow hour appeared, it wore Clara's face, but smoother, brighter, a version untouched by grief. Stay with me, it crooned, its voice syrup-sweet. I'll give you a world where nothing hurts, no goodbyes, no empty chairs. Behind it shimmered a cottage with glowing windows, a woman's silhouette bending to pull cookies from an oven. Clara's chest ached. The teapot trembled in her hands, its stars dimming. Then she noticed the false mother's shadow didn't move with her. It remained stiff, painted wrong. Real memories have weight, she whispered, recalling her mother's hands, calloused from gardening, ink-stained from writing letters, alive. Even the sad ones. The hollow hour shrieked as Clara poured steaming tea into its mouth. The liquid wasn't water but her own memories, mother braiding her hair by firelight, teaching her to stitch bookbindings, whispering stories until coughs stole her voice. The creature dissolved, leaving only the scent of chamomile and a single truth: love outlives breath. In the grove's heart they found the coda, a sapling with bark like aged parchment, its branches heavy with steaming teacups. Each contained a memory, father smiling as he fixed a broken doll, Mr. Bramble leaving gingerbread on her desk, Thistle's grumpy advice. Clara added her stone. The sapling bloomed into a tree of glowing liquid amber, its roots spreading through the forest. The Nemesine earned stars reignited as Clara returned home. Now when she pours tea, the steam carries comfort to others, a widow smelling her husband's pipe tobacco, a homesick sailor tasting his mother's soup, a child hearing lost lullabies. And in the curiosity shop's window, the teapot sits, always warm, waiting for the next heart ready to brew its story. As for Clara, she still mends books, but now adds something extra, a pressed forget-me-not in each cover, its petals holding a single sip of starlight. And when lonely nights creep in, she listens. Somewhere in the village, someone is sipping tea, remembering. Story 9. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good, we'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. Story 10. The air on the crystalline planet Zephyria hummed with the music of 1,000 wind chimes, as breezes threaded through the towering amethyst spires that dotted the landscape. It was here that Kale, a botanist from the dusty red plains of Mars Colony 7, found himself stranded after his survey pod malfunctioned. His boots crunched against the glittering soil as he stepped out, breath visible in the iridescent mist curling around his ankles. The pod's emergency beacon flickered weakly behind him, its signal swallowed by the planet's electromagnetic storms. He didn't notice the watcher at first. It was the soft chime of shifting crystals that made him turn. There, atop a rose quartz boulder, sat a creature unlike any he'd encountered in his xenobiology studies. Her body seemed sculpted from living topaz, facets catching the lavender sunlight in prismatic dances. Translucent hair like spun glass floated around her face, and eyes the deep blue of twilight oceans watched him unblinking. When she moved, it was with the sound of wind brushing through a crystal grove. Kale froze, hand hovering near his stun pistol. "I come in peace," he tried, mentally cursing the cliché. The being tilted her head, producing a melodic sequence of chimes. A slender finger extended, pointing at his chest. Right, no universal translator. He swallowed hard, noticing how her light dimmed when he touched his weapon. Slowly, he unbuckled the holster and let it fall. "See, friend." Her glow brightened. She leapt down with the grace of falling water, landing silently despite her angular form. Up close, he could see bioluminescent veins pulsing beneath her crystalline skin, casting soft gold patterns across the ground. She trilled 3 ascending notes, gesturing first to herself, then to him. "You want names," Kale guessed. He thumped his chest plate. "Kale." The creature repeated the sound imperfectly, the syllables chiming like bells. "K-ch-ch-chile." He couldn't help but smile. "Close enough, and you." She drew a symbol in the air that shimmered briefly, before fading intersecting circles with starbursts at the angles. When he looked puzzled, she plucked a hair-thin crystal from her forearm and offered it. The moment Kale touched it, warmth flooded his mind. Not words but concepts, starlight on ice, the patience of growing minerals, the quiet joy of watching double moons rise. "Lyra," he breathed, somehow knowing. Her answering chimes sounded like laughter. The misunderstanding came 3 days later, when Lyra led Kale to her shelter, a cavern behind a waterfall of liquid mercury. He stared in horror at the shimmering pool, where she gestured for him to drink. "That's toxic," he protested, backing away. "Mercury poisoning kills humans in hours." Lyra's glow dimmed to worried amber. She dipped a hand into the pool and brought the quicksilver to her lips, the metal passing harmlessly through her translucent form. A mournful chime echoed off the walls as she realized their fundamental difference. That night, as Kale rationed his last protein bar, Lyra disappeared into the singing forest. She returned with an armful of bulbous growths from the crystal trees, their glassy surfaces fogged with inner moisture. With careful claws, she pierced one and offered the clear liquid within. "Water." Kale sniffed cautiously. It smelled of rain on hot stones. The sip he dared tasted sweeter than any Martian aquifer. "Lyra, this is perfect." Her bioluminescence rippled pink with pleasure. They sat cross-legged on the cave floor, Kale demonstrating how humans ate by miming chewing, while Lyra vibrated different crystal shards to produce a scale of musical notes. Slowly, painstakingly, they built a lexicon of shared sounds and gestures. The challenge came with the storm of echoes. It began as a vibration in the air, a subsonic hum that made Kale's teeth ache. Lyra scrambled to the cave entrance, her crystalline body resonating with discordant chimes. When she turned to him, her light patterns stuttered crimson with alarm. "What's wrong?" Kale asked, though he already felt it, static lifting the hair on his arms, the scent of ozone cutting through the mist. Lyra swept her arms in an arc, then brought them crashing together. The meaning was clear when the first lightning struck a jagged bolt of green energy that shattered a distant spire into smoking rubble. Electromagnetic storm. Kale cursed, digging through his damaged pod supplies. "My beacon's already barely functioning, if this hits us." Lyra grabbed his wrist with surprising gentleness. Her free hand sculpted the air, leaving a glowing trail that formed a map their cave, a winding path through the forest, and a towering structure shaped like a helix. "You know shelter." Kale squinted at the projection. "How far?" She held up 3 fingers, then pointed to the dual moons now veiled by churning clouds. 3 hours will never outrun the storm front." Lyra trilled urgently, pulling him outside. As if in warning, lightning vaporized a nearby boulder. The blast knocked Kale sideways, his ears ringing. Through the haze, he saw Lyra's form flicker the intense M fields disrupting her energy matrix. "You can't survive this either," he realized aloud. Her answering chime was resigned, melodic. She began shaping another map, but Kale gripped her crystalline shoulder. "Together, we go together." The race through the singing forest became a nightmare ballet. Kale's boots slipped on iridescent lichen as Lyra danced ahead, her light the only guide in the deepening gloom. They developed a rhythm. When electromagnetic surges made Lyra's form blur, Kale would shout directions. When acidic rain began melting Kale's jacket, Lyra snapped off crystal leaves to shield him. At the mile-wide chasm, they almost faltered. The stone bridge had collapsed into the glowing abyss. Kale stared at the floating debris, crystalline shards caught in anti-gravity eddies. "We need to jump from platform to platform." Lyra chimed a terrified negative. Her kind couldn't leap. One misstep would send her shattering on the rocks below. The storm's leading edge arrived with a thunderclap that shook the world. Kale didn't hesitate. "Climb on." He turned his back to her, gesturing wildly. When she hesitated, he growled, "Trust me like I trusted your weird mercury waterfall." Her crystalline form was cool against his spine, lighter than expected. Kale leapt onto the first floating stone, then the next, muscles screaming. Lyra clung with delicate claws, humming a steady tone that somehow steadied his breathing. Halfway across, a rogue lightning strike shattered their next platform. "Left," Lyra chimed, understanding his hesitation. Kale obeyed blindly. They landed hard, the impact jolting through his knees. Behind them, the storm devoured the path. When they finally tumbled into the helix-shaped sanctuary, an ancient weather station built by some long-gone civilization, Kale's hands were raw and bleeding. Lyra immediately began scraping luminescent moss from the walls, applying its cool paste to his wounds. "You're shaking," Kale noted. Her facets had developed hairline fractures. A sad chime. Lyra pointed to the storm outside, then to her own chest. "The M fields, they're hurting you." Kale rummaged through his pack. "Will this help?" He offered the portable battery from his dead comms unit. Lyra's glow pulsed in surprise. She pressed a facet against the terminals, sighing as the energy stabilized her form. They sat backs against the wall, sharing the battery and watching lightning paint the sky. The storm lasted 3 days. In that time, they discovered Lyra could store electrical energy and release it as light, allowing Kale to repair his beacon. Kale taught her to write in the moss with her fingertips, their combined symbols creating a pigeon language of circles and angles. She learned to laugh at his terrible jokes. He learned to read the emotion in her chimes. When rescue came, they stood at the edge of the Mercury waterfall, where they'd first truly seen each other. The shuttle's engines drowned out the forest's song. Lyra pressed something into Kale's hand, a crystal flower, with petals that chimed in the breeze. Her farewell melody contained all their shared words: friend, brave, remember. Kale gave her the repaired beacon. For next time, he said, though they both knew the odds. As the shuttle ascended, he watched her light dwindle to a single star against the violet landscape. Years later, when Kale's students on Mars ask about the crystal flower in his office, he tells them of storms and singing forests, of how the universe grows smaller when we learn to listen. And sometimes, if the night is clear, he'll stand beneath the stars and hum a 3-note melody, waiting, hoping, for an answering chime in the wind. Story 11. In a quiet village nestled between velvet green hills, there lived a soft-spoken boy named Milo, whose greatest joy was tending the cobblestone path leading to his grandmother's cottage. Each afternoon he'd sweep away autumn leaves with a birchwood broom, listening to the stones murmur tales beneath his feet. They spoke of travelers' laughter, of rain's gentle fingers, of centuries passing like clouds, until one crisp October day, the oldest stone whispered of something buried where the wild raspberries grew. The discovery came when Milo's broom handle snapped against a curious bulge in the earth. Brushing aside soil and roots, his fingers found cool metal shaped like an acorn. But when he pried it free, the object unfolded like a flowering vine, petals of bronze spiraling outward until he held a lantern unlike any other. Its surface swirled with patterns of migrating birds, and within the glass glowed not a candle, but a living light that pulsed like a heartbeat. That evening, as the first star blinked awake, the lantern's glow suddenly brightened, casting shadows that danced into the shape of an arrow pointing north. Milo's journey began with 3 cautious steps beyond the village boundary, lantern light pooling around his boots like liquid gold. In the moonlit forest he encountered his first companion, a silver-furred dormouse perched upon a toadstool, tail wrapped around a tiny satchel of birch bark. "You're following the wandering light, aren't you?" she chimed, whiskers twitching. "Mind if I hitch a ride? Proper journeys require proper cartographers." With delicate claws, she unfurled a map painted on moth wings, revealing landscapes that shifted when touched. Their path wound through valleys where trees grew upside down, roots cradling nests of singing bluebirds. They drank from springs that tasted of forgotten memories, one sip like a grandfather's laughter, another like the scent of rain-soaked storybooks. The lantern's light grew warmer with each mile, its pulse syncing with Milo's heartbeat. When fog thicker than sheep's wool swallowed the trail, a new helper emerged, a will-o-wisp named Lumen, whose body flickered between blue and butterscotch yellow. "The mists remember old fears," Lumen hummed, settling on Milo's shoulder. "But light remembers joy, share a happy thought." As Milo whispered of teaching his baby sister to whistle, the fog dissolved into drifts of dandelion seeds. Yet greater challenges awaited in the obsidian pass, where jagged rocks clattered like angry teeth. Here they found their third companion, a mountain tortoise named Tareth, whose shell bore carved constellations. "The pass tests whether you listen with your souls," Tareth rumbled, teaching Milo to place each footfall as gently as a falling feather. When the stones screamed, the boy knelt to hear their ancient song of pressure and time, and the path softened beneath his compassion. The lantern's final light led them to a glacial lake where water mirrored not the sky, but scenes from bygone eras. At its center stood a weeping willow, branches trailing through liquid memory. Beneath its boughs floated a figure woven from starlight and sorrow, the stormkeeper, guardian of the lantern's flame. Every century the light dims until someone proves wonder still grows in human hearts, she sighed, her tears becoming ice flowers on the water. Milo's helpers each offered gifts, the dormouse's map showing forgotten paths of kindness, Lumen's glow distilled into a vial of dawnlight, Tareth's wisdom etched in turtle-shell runes. But the true solution came when Milo noticed the Stormkeeper's hairpin, an exact match to his lantern's acorn design. "You've been waiting for someone to return it," he realized, gently extracting the pin from his pocket. As metal met metal, the willow burst into blossoms made of northern lights, roots lifting to reveal a hidden compartment cradling thousands of lost wonders. A symphony in a seashell, a snowflake that never melted, laughter trapped in a honey jar. The journey homeward was swifter, the lantern now quiet but still warm. Milo's village welcomed him with fluttering handkerchiefs and the smell of baking apple bread, though none could explain why their wells now poured chocolate milk, or why the church bells played lullabies at dusk. Years later, when travelers asked about the boy-made legend, villagers would smile and point to the cobblestones. There, between the bakers and the bookbinders, a single stone glows perpetually with trapped starlight, and if you press your ear to it, some swear you can hear dormouse giggles, will-o-wisp songs, and the deep, contented sigh of mountains at rest. Each autumn evening, Milo tends the path with care, pausing to place fallen acorns in children's pockets when they aren't looking. And though his hair now shines silver as the dormouse's fur, his eyes still sparkle when the village quietens, lantern light spilling from windows as the oldest stones whisper their nightly tales. Of courage found in gentle moments, of friendship that outlasts the turning stars, and of ordinary magic waiting in places where kind hearts think to look. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves shimmered with dewdrop constellations and rivers hummed lullabies against mossy stones, there existed a secret known only to the creatures who called the forest home. Each season, when the moon hung low and heavy as a ripe peach, the ancient pact of roots stirred beneath the soil, a living promise between earth and sky that kept the world in balance. It was here, beneath the gnarled arms of the grandfather oak, that a young hedgehog named Thistle first learned of the fragile threads holding their world together. Aye, the unblooming spring. Thistle noticed it before anyone else, the way the bluebells refused to unfurl their petals, leaving the forest floor clothed in tight green fists where there should have been waves of azure. The air carried the metallic tang of storms yet unshed, and the usually chatty brook ran silent, its waters moving like chilled syrup. Even the fireflies, those living stars of the underbrush, clustered anxiously in the hollows of trees, their light dimmed to faint amber whispers. "It's the weaving," murmured Sorrel, an aged tortoise whose shell bore maps of centuries. She spoke slowly, as all tortoises do, while Thistle nibbled nervously on a clover leaf beside her. "The loom of seasons needs mending, when roots forget how to listen to rain, and stones lose their memory of sunlight." Her voice trailed off into the creak of her ancient joints. Thistle's quills prickled with purpose. Guided by the faint glow of disoriented glowworms, she ventured into the velvet glade, a place where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and the air smelled of elderflower and possibility. There she found Bramble, a rabbit whose ears twitched at the slightest shift in wind, and Fern, a fox whose russet fur held autumn's last embers. Together they pressed their paws against the moss-crusted standing stone at the glade's heart, feeling its unusual coldness seep into their bones. 2. The language of lost things. The stone awoke with a vibration that traveled up their limbs and settled behind their eyes. Suddenly the world bloomed in layers unseen, the sigh of mycelium networks beneath their feet, the fretful chatter of locked-up sap in the trees, the thin, reedy cry of a melody trapped in the frozen creek. Fern's whiskers trembled. It's the song of thaws, she realized. It stuck between verses. Their quest took them eastward, where the oldest willows dipped their branches into mirror-still ponds. Deep within the wetwood caverns, water droplets hung mid-fall like crystal beads, and cattail fluff hovered motionless in the air. Bramble's nose led them to a crevice where a family of otters lay suspended in a shimmering bubble, their playful dive frozen mid-arc. "Time snagged here," Thistle whispered, touching the bubble's surface. It rippled, releasing a single note, a deep, cello-like sound that loosened the tension in their shoulders. Sorrel's words returned to them. To mend a tear in the world's fabric, you must become the thread. Fern remembered the tales of her ancestors, foxes who danced blizzards into being, whose tails had brushed color into autumn leaves. Closing her eyes, she began to move in slow, deliberate arcs, her paws tracing patterns older than memory. Bramble joined next, thumping rhythms onto softened earth, while Thistle hummed the fragment of melody they'd freed. One by one, the suspended droplets resumed their descent. The otters splashed into the pond with delighted squeals, and the cavern filled with the liquid music of moving water. 3. The Forgotten Folk. Their victory was brief. That night, as they sheltered in a hollow log lined with owl-down feathers, Thistle dreamt of shadowy figures with bark-like skin and hair of creeping ivy. They moved through the forest like smoke, their hands drawing spirals in the air that left behind trails of wilted flowers. The bramble folk, Sorrel confirmed gravely the next morning. Spirits of neglect. They feed on forgotten promises, the unspoken thanks to fruitful trees, the unmourned death of fallen logs returning to earth. The forest's decay deepened. Mushrooms grew in distorted towers that smelled of burnt sugar, and birches shed their papery bark like tear-streaked faces. Desperation led the trio to the moonlit orchard, where apple trees bore crystalline fruit that chimed in the wind. Here they found Larch, a stag whose antlers held entire ecosystems of moss and lichen. "The pact of roots is a living thing," he intoned, his voice the rumble of distant thunder. "It breathes through every exchanged gift, the squirrel's forgotten acorn that becomes a tree, the bee's pollen trail that becomes a meadow, but gifts ungiven turn bitter." Understanding dawned like the first brushstroke of dawn. They'd been mending symptoms, not the source. The true rupture lay in the forest's fractured gratitude, the unacknowledged debt between predator and prey, the uncelebrated work of decomposers turning death into life. 4. The mending. The ritual began at the stump of the first tree, its rings glowing like molten gold. Thistle laid down her winter hoard of seeds, not just the plump and promising ones, but the shriveled, the cracked, the ones she'd once deemed unworthy. Bramble offered tufts of fur from every creature she'd ever brushed against, a tapestry of connection. Fern brought stories collected from wind and stone, whispered into maple pods that floated upward like reverse snowfall. As the moon reached its zenith, the bramblefolk materialized, drawn by the scent of intentional offering. But instead of fighting, the creatures began to sing, not the song of thaws or the hymn of harvest, but a new melody spun from apology and acknowledgement. They sang to the earthworms aerating the soil, to the spiders mending torn leaves with silk, to the crows planting future forests with stolen seeds. The bramblefolk hesitated. Then one by one, their shadowy forms began to sprout moss and wild roses, their spirals now weaving vibrant green instead of decay. The air warmed with the scent of rising bread and sun-warmed pine resin. Somewhere a sapling pushed through frozen ground, its leaves unfurling with a sound like pages turning in a cherished book. The first bloom. When morning came, the bluebells opened, not just the usual indigo, but hues no human eye could name, colors that sang of dawn's first blush and twilight's last sigh. The fireflies emerged in a constellation of gold, their light reflecting in the newly laughing brook. Even the grandfather oak seemed to stand taller, his acorns gleaming like tiny emeralds. Sorrel surveyed the rejuvenated forest with milky, knowing eyes. "Balance isn't a still pond," she told Thistle as they basked in a patch of honeyed sunlight. "It's the dance between giving and receiving, the breath drawn and released. You've reminded the forest how to listen to its own heartbeat." That evening, as the creatures gathered beneath a sky streaked with auroras mimicking foxfire, they feasted on blackberries that burst with the essence of summer rain and bread made from acorn flour as sweet as remembered dreams. Larch lowered his antlers, allowing glowworms to decorate them like living candles, while fern and bramble demonstrated the weaving dance to a circle of wide-eyed possums. And Thistle, curled in a nest of scented hay and late-blooming clover, finally understood the truth whispered in every rustling leaf and birdsong chorus. Magic wasn't a force to wield, but a relationship to tend, an endless, gentle conversation between all living things. As the moon painted silver pathways through the trees, she slept deeply, her paws twitching as she dreamt of seeds journeying south in the coats of voles, of raindrops composing symphonies as they fell, of a world where every ending nurtured a beginning. Somewhere in the distance, the standing stone hummed its contentment, warm now against the moss, storing their story in its crystalline heart for generations yet to come. Story 13. In the velvet-hushed hours between twilight and dawn, where the last fireflies danced with the first dewdrops, there existed a village cradled in the elbow of a whispering river. Mossback Hollow was its name, a place where chimney smoke curled into lullabies, where every cobblestone remembered the patter of friendly feet, and where the lamplighters' poles bloomed with soft golden globes of light each evening like dandelions granting wishes. It was here, beneath the crooked steeple of the old clock tower, that our tale unfolds, not with a bang but with the soft click of a misplaced teaspoon. 12-year-old Tansy Bloomfern noticed it first, as she trundled down Primrose Lane with her willow basket of rosemary scones. The brass bell above Mrs. Nettlewick's tea shop door jingled merrily, but the sound caught in Tansy's throat when she spotted the shopkeeper's prized sugar spoon, the one with the swan's neck handle, sticking out of a window box like a silver herb sprouting among the pansies. "Bramble," she whispered, crouching to address the prickly ball of shadows by her boots. Her hedgehog companion unfurled with a yawn, his quills catching starlight. "That's the third oddity this week. First Mr. Cobblepot's spectacles in the duck pond, then the schoolhouse chalkboard eraser in the mayor's hatbox, and now this." Bramble sneezed cinnamon-scented smoke, a side effect of his elderberry cold remedy, and blinked up at her. "Not stolen," he rasped in his pebble-dry voice. "Merely relocated." The mystery deepened that very afternoon when old Pippin, the orchard keeper, came huffing into the village square, his beard twiggy with indignation. "Me apple corer," he bellowed, waving a crumpled note. "Found it skewer in a love letter to the moon in the hollow tree, and this dratted rhyme." Tansy gently pried the damp paper from his knobby fingers. In shimmering ink that smelled of crushed mint leaves, it read, "What's borrowed ne'er keeps, but returns where it sleeps. When the clock's breath stills, and the silver cup fills." Clock's breath. Tansy traced the words as Bramble sneezed again, this time sparking a tiny ember that illuminated the paper's watermark, a crescent moon cradling a feather. "The tower, come on, Bramble." They found the answer in the clock tower's belly, where gears bigger than wagon wheels turned with the sleepy precision of a grandmother's knitting needles. There, between the pendulum's metronome sway and the smell of warm oiled brass, sat a cluster of objects glinting like a dragon's hoard: Mrs. Nettlewick's spoon, Mr. Cobblepot's spectacles, Pippin's corer, and a dozen other borrowed items arranged in concentric circles. At their center perched three feathered figures no taller than Tansy's thumb, their plumage shifting from charcoal to opal as they moved. Clock sprites. Bramble breathed, his quills flattening in awe. Thought they'd vanished with the last frost fairies. The sprites froze, their needle-thin shovels hovering over a tiny hole in the floorboards. One, slightly larger, with a crest like a clock hand, chittered defensively, pointing at the tower's mainspring vibrating with an odd, irregular hum. They're not stealing, Tansy realized, crouching until her nose nearly touched the dust. They're fixing something. Look, the mainspring's fraying. For it was true, the great coiled spine of the clock trembled where 3 strands had snapped, each break corresponding to the time's objects had gone missing. The sprites, using pilfered metal bits as makeshift splints, were painstakingly welding repairs with sparks from their tail feathers. That evening found Tansy and Bramble in the velvety gloom of the village archives, poring over mooncalf vellum scrolls with help from Lumina, the librarian's ink-dwelling spirit who manifested as a quill that wrote by itself. Ah! The quill suddenly dipped into Tansy's teacup. Lumina preferred Earl Grey to ink and scrawled. Clock sprites bind time's threads with metal kisses. Broken spring births chaos, mended spring sings sweetness. Bramble nibbled a ginger nut thoughtfully. So when the mainspring snaps, time unravels, bits slip out of place. Which explains the misplaced objects. Tansy's finger smudged the words as she followed the text. The sprites are gathering metal to repair it, but they can't communicate except through riddles and... Bong shuddered the tower clock, choking mid-chime. All the lanterns flickered. They arrived breathless to find the sprites in frantic circles, their tiny repairs insufficient for the rapidly fraying spring. Tansy's mind whirled like the failing gears, until she noticed the weather vane on the cooper's workshop across the square, its copper tail glinting. Bramble, the scrap pile behind the blacksmiths, if we bring them proper materials. What followed was a night of whispered requests and rustling offerings. Mrs. Nettlewick contributed a dented tea kettle. Mr. Cobblepot donated his broken pocket watch chain. Even old Pippin tossed in a handful of bent nails, muttering about daft helpful birdies. By moonhigh, a small mountain of metal gleamed before the tower. The sprites fell upon the bounty with chirps of delight. Soon the air thrummed with their molten gold magic, weaving fresh strands into the mainspring. As the repaired clock breathed its first steady tick-tock, Tansy felt the world settle like a snow globe gently righted. Dawn broke with the tender pink of a rose's underpetal. In the square, every misplaced object now rested where it belonged, plus one addition. Around the tower's base bloomed a circle of tiny silver flowers, their petals shaped like clock gears, each holding a dewdrop that reflected the exact time. They left a thank you, Bramble chuckled, nibbling a spiced apple turnover from the basket that had appeared on Tansy's doorstep, along with a note in familiar mint-scented script. For the keepers of kind hands, who mend what they don't understand. Time's threads weave gentle through your days, and mischief now shall sing your praise. And so it did. For years after, whenever someone in Mossback Hollow lost a thimble or a teaspoon, they'd simply smile and say, "Check the clock blooms at moonrise." And there it would be, resting among the silver petals, perhaps with a sprig of lemon balm or a perfectly timed sunbeam, just when they needed it most. Story 14. The rain on Luminara Prime fell in silver sheets, each droplet catching the light of 3 moons as it spiraled through the atmosphere. Beneath the sagging fronds of a bioluminescent fern, a small furry creature with violet-tinged fur huddled inside the cracked remains of an escaped pod. Her whiskers trembled not from the cold, though her damp fur stood in spikes across her rounded body, but from the echoing boom that had shaken the valley moments before. Somewhere beyond the curtain of rain, another ship had fallen from the stars. Zix-7's crystalline fingers sparked against the control panel as their hover sled sputtered into the mud. The Zyronian engineer peered through their hexagonal ocular lens at the unfamiliar vegetation, bioscanner flickering erratically. Atmospheric composition, acceptable, they intoned in their vibration-based speech, the sound resembling wind chimes caught between major and minor keys. A jagged crack ran along their quartz-like torso from the crash, leaking faint trails of iridescent smoke. Neither noticed the other until their scavenging paths collided at the edge of the phosphorescent river. The creature yelped, a sound like bubbles rising through syrup, nearly dropping her armful of salvaged wiring. Zix-7 reared back, prismatic surfaces refracting moonlight into sudden rainbows across the clearing. They chimed in galactic standard, their panic translating the chimes to a sharp F-sharp. Stay back, your organic secretions will corrode my integrity. The creature's ear flaps drooped. I wasn't going to touch your spiky bits, she mumbled, clutching the wires closer. Her translator pendant, a tarnished thing clearly scavenged herself, hummed softly. Just collecting phase couplers for my transmitter. She gestured vaguely toward the smoking wreck half buried in blue-tinged mud. Zix-7's scanner flickered over the organic. The readouts confused them, a jumble of thermal signatures and emotional biomarkers they'd never calibrated for. You are attempting to leave this planet, they observed, the accusation softened by a descending arpeggio of uncertainty. Trying to. The creature's nose twitched. Name's Taro from Verdantia. Well, Verdantia's colony ship really before the... She made an explosive gesture with clawed fingers. You. Zix-7 maintenance engineer 3rd class. Zyron Prime deep mining fleet. They hesitated, then added with a dissonant chord, the fleet is gone. The rain softened to a whisper as the two regarded each other across a puddle shimmering with alien microbes. Taro's stomach growled, a comically loud sound that made Zix-7's sensors ping in alarm. With careful movements, the Verdantian rummaged in her patched satchel and produced a wax paper bundle. Moonmelon slice, she offered, extending a claw. A bit squashed, but still sweet. Zix-7 analyzed the offering. My nutritional intake requires mineralized. Tastes like stardust and nostalgia, Taro interrupted, taking a messy bite herself. Amber juice glistened on her whiskers. The Zyronian extended a crystalline finger. The fruit's essence sang through their sensory matrix, crisp notes of carbon and unexpected potassium harmonics. Fascinating, they chimed. Your biology converts this into energy. Taro's laugh came out as a surprised chirp. Sure does. You should see what happens when I find a truffle cluster. She paused, ear flaps tilting. Your ship, it's not all the way broken, is it? Immaterial. The hyperdrive resonator requires. A phase coupler, which I've got 3 of. She hefted her salvaged wires. Course, my transmitter needs a crystalline matrix to boost the signal, and wouldn't you know it. Taro's gaze lingered on the glowing fracture in Zix-7's torso. The rain stopped abruptly as Luminara's rings crested the horizon, casting the jungle in ethereal light. Zix-7's surfaces rippled with internal calculations. Proposing temporary alliance, they announced. Your couplers for access to my damaged lattice structure. Caution, prolonged exposure to my resonance field may cause dizziness in organics. Taro's tail looped in a Verdantian smile. Dizziness I can handle. Let's get to work. Their first attempt nearly vaporized Taro's left ear tuft. You said the blue crystal was the ground, she yelped, batting smoke away from her singed fur. Apologies, Zix-7 chimed, their usual chords flattened with remorse. Zyronian circuitry diagrams utilize chromatic coding, perhaps a tactile interface. They extended a finger, projecting a hologram that made Taro gasp. Wait, you can make pictures with your hands. Why didn't you say so? She bounded over, peering at the shimmering schematics. See this bit here? That's not a standard coupler input. You've got retro-engineered Kesari tech, right? Needs a pulse modulator before. You understand retro-Kesari engineering. Zik-7's surfaces flushed cobalt with surprise. Taught myself from the colony ship's archives. Taro's ear flaps pinkened. Well, the parts that weren't on fire. As twin moons rose, their separate camps merged. Zik-7 learned to shield their sharp edges when passing tools, while Taro rigged a makeshift harness to carry delicate crystal components. They discovered that Zik-7's resonance could sterilize water, and Taro's knowledge of fungal growth cycles led them to edible tubers even the Zyronian scanners had missed. The crisis came at dawn. Taro awoke to find Zik-7's crack leaking thicker smoke, their movements sluggish. It's spreading, they chimed mournfully. My self-repair matrix cannot compensate. Taro circled them, whiskers quivering. Your lattice structure. If I realign the damaged nodes. She hesitated. Would you trust an organic to? Yes. The chord resonated before Zik-7's logic processors could intervene. Working with tools meant for crystalline hands, Taro painstakingly rerouted energy flows, her claws trembling. Almost there. The final connection sparked, and Zik-7's entire form blazed like captured starlight. You realigned my secondary consciousness array, they marveled. How? Taro shrugged, singed fur standing on end. Same way you helped me recalibrate the transmitter. We're both made to fix things, yeah. The jungle held its breath as their repaired machines hummed to life. Zik-7's ship rising on anti-grav pulses, Taro's transmitter beaming a fractal pattern into the clouds. But when the rescue ship descended, its hatch opening to reveal both Zyronian and Galactic Coalition personnel, neither moved toward it. Your vessel appears functional, Zik-7 noted, prismatic edges rippling. Yours too. Taro scuffed a claw in the iridescent mud. Guess you'll be heading back to the asteroid belts, huh? A harmonic hung between them, Zyronian uncertainty, Verdantian hope. Then Zik-7's surfaces shimmered in a pattern Taro had learned meant amusement. Proposal, joint exploratory mission. My ship requires field testing. Your transmitter could benefit from upgraded. Yes. Taro bounded forward, remembered to avoid sharp edges, and settled for waving her tail in enthusiastic loops. But first, she tossed Zik-7 a moonmelon slice. Breakfast. As their mismatched ships ascended through Luminara's atmosphere, Taro's laughter harmonized with Zik-7's chiming diagnostics. Below, the jungle reclaimed their campsite, a circle of fused crystal and woven fronds, already glowing faintly with the memory of friendship. Story 15. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Mira, whose hands could never stay clean. While other children chased butterflies through the meadow, Mira spent her afternoons digging in the clay-rich soil behind the old clock tower, fashioning lopsided pots that always cracked when fired. On the evening of her 12th birthday, as violet twilight settled over the cobblestones, her shovel struck something smooth beneath a tangle of wild rosemary roots. What emerged wasn't another stone, but a teacup the color of storm clouds, its surface etched with silver filigree that shimmered like spiderwebs in moonlight. When Mira brushed her thumb over the handle, warmth bloomed in her palm, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of cinnamon and autumn leaves. A voice like wind chimes whispered from its depths, 3 sips to see, but choose wisely. The first sip showed her the baker's wife crying over unbaked bread, her tears making the dough sour. The second revealed the town carpenter's hands trembling, as he measured wood for a cradle he feared he'd never finish. The third made Mira gasp. There stood her own mother, years younger, placing the same teacup beneath the rosemary bush while whispering, "For the one who listens." Wordless and wide-eyed, Mira carried her discovery to Mr. Bramblewick's curiosity shop, where dust motes danced in sunbeams, and a one-eared tabby cat presided over jars of pickled mysteries. The shopkeeper, a man whose spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions, sucked in his breath. "The empathy cup," he exclaimed, nearly toppling a pyramid of tin stars. "It shows not what is, but what hurts. Many sought it, but none could bear its weight, until now." That night, as the cup glowed softly on her windowsill, a thistle-furred hedgehog waddled into Mira's room, standing upright in patched waistcoat. "Call me Thaddeus," he announced, nibbling a sunflower seed. "You've stirred up old magic, child. The cup's visions grow stronger each dawn. By week's end, they'll overflow unless—" His whiskers drooped. "Unless you mend what's broken in 3 hearts." Their journey began at dawn, guided by the cup's whispers. First to the baker's wife, Mrs. Lundy, whose bread had turned bitter as wormwood. The cup showed Mira the truth, not grief, but loneliness. "Share your recipe," Mira urged, placing the cup in the woman's floured hands. "Teach others the secret of your honey-rye loaf." When children gathered to knead dough under Mrs. Lundy's guidance, laughter rose like yeast, and the first golden loaf emerged from the oven, its crust singing as it cooled. Next, the carpenter, whose workshop smelled of sawdust and despair. The cup trembled, showing a young man cradling a stillborn clockwork bird. "He thinks mastery means perfection," Thaddeus murmured. Mira placed a crooked clay bowl on the workbench, her first creation, warped and fragile. "Sometimes the cracks let the light in," she said. The carpenter's shoulders relaxed. Together they fashioned a cradle with intentional knots in the wood, each imperfection a tiny cradle song. The final trial led them uphill to a cottage, where smoke curled from the chimney in weary spirals. There Mira's mother sat staring at a portrait of her sister, a woman with Mira's storm-gray eyes, lost to a fever years prior. The cup overflowed, drenching the table with visions, 2 sisters planting rosemary, quarreling over a ribbon, whispering secrets in the dark. "She left you something," Mira realized, remembering the vision. They dug beneath the bush until their fingers found a tin box containing a letter. "When you miss me, grow something new." As rosemary seeds sprinkled into freshly turned earth, the cup's glow softened from fever-bright to hearth-warm. Thaddeus curled around it like a living teapot cozy. "You didn't just heal others," he said. "You let them heal you." On the village green days later, Mira placed the cup at the center of a feast. Children sipped from it cautiously, giggling as visions of firefly races and strawberry-stained cheeks swirled within. Elders wept softly, seeing long-remembered picnics under oaks now gone. When the mayor proposed locking it in the town vault, the people shook their heads. "Magic grows musty when hoarded," said Mrs. Lundy, passing the cup to a wide-eyed toddler. That night, as Mira molded clay by candlelight, her hands moved with new certainty. The cup sat beside her, now holding paintbrushes instead of tea. Where once she'd seen only cracks, she now traced the graceful lines where one shape became another. Outside, the rosemary bush rustled in agreement, its blossoms the exact silver blue of long-remembered twilight. And if sometimes, when the moon hangs low, you glimpse a hedgehog sipping chamomile from a certain teacup, or hear laughter tangled in the wind, well, that's simply how stories breathe when they've found their way home. Story 16. On the moss-draped world of Verdantia, where trees whispered secrets in the wind and bioluminescent fungi pulsed like sleepy constellations, a timid Vesperian named Kip trembled beneath a shelf of amber resin. His 6 velvety paws sank into the spongy earth as meteor fragments screamed through the atmosphere, not the gentle shooting stars of his people's legends, but jagged shards of some broken moon. Across the steaming crater left by the impact, something glinted. The object hummed, a smooth ovoid veined with cobalt light. When Kip brushed it with his feathery antennae, the surface rippled like water, revealing a figure curled within, angular and crystalline, facets catching fire as it stirred. The being unfolded with a sound like wind chimes, towering over Kip's round body, its edges sharp enough to slice through Verdansk's toughest vines. "You break my chrysalis," it intoned, voice resonating in Kip's bones rather than his ears. The Vesperian backpedaled, tripping over his own tails. And no, the sky did. He gestured upward with 3 trembling limbs, then realized the crystal creature had no eyes, only shifting prismatic patterns where a face might be. Across the galaxy on the mineral planet of Xyrides, Zyxel had been taught that soft things were fragile, and fragility meant danger. Yet this trembling ball of fur didn't attack, despite Zyxel's exposed state post-cocoon. Their infrared sensors detected frantic heat patterns in the creature's body. Fear, Zyxel's translators suggested, not aggression. Rain began falling, thick, syrupy droplets that sizzled against Zyxel's silica skin. Kip gasped, scrambling under a broad-leafed fern. "Acid storm, shelter, quick." Zyxel hesitated. Xyridian storms purified, this world's weather burned. A droplet fractured their left elbow joint. Against every instinct, they followed the fuzzy creature into the dripping underbrush. The cave Kip led them to smelled of warm clay and safety. Zyxel crouched awkwardly, joints clicking, while Kip piled dried moss into a nest. "For the cold," he explained, then flushed violet. Vesperians communicated as much through bioluminescence as words. "Do you feel cold?" Xyridians interface with thermal nodes for energy. Zyxel extruded a crystalline probe from their palm. "This cave lacks sufficient." A gurgle interrupted them. Kip's stomach. The Vesperian dimmed in embarrassment. "Sorry I haven't foraged since the meteors scared off the glowwhelps." Zyxel retracted the probe. Their cultural archives mentioned organics requiring constant fuel, a vulnerability. Yet when Kip unfolded a leaf parcel of smashed pulseberries, he pushed half toward Zyxel. "You're sharing resources." Zyxel's internal processors whirred. Cooperation among non-hive species was theorized, but rarely observed. "You're hurt." Kip pointed at Zyxel's cracked elbow. "Can't fix that with light alone, right?" As night deepened, they discovered Zyxel could refract the cave's glow moss into healing laser focus, mending their fracture. Kip, in turn, demonstrated how to trap acidic rainwater in spiral nuts to distill it safe. When Zyxel offered to recharge the moss with their innate bioluminescence, Kip's delighted chirp made their quartz core vibrate oddly. Misunderstandings lingered. Kip flinched whenever Zyxel moved suddenly, their edges gleaming. Zyxel struggled to interpret Vesperian color speak, once accidentally insulting Kip's nest-building skills by critiquing its inefficient angles. The morning Zyxel absent-mindedly sliced a fruit open with their forearm, Kip fled the cave, convinced they'd witnessed violence. It was the thrummers that forced reconciliation, semi-sentient vines attracted to electromagnetic pulses. They slithered into camp at dawn, lashing toward Zyxel's power core. "Don't let them touch your crystal." Kip yelled, throwing himself between Zyxel and the vines. Barbed thorns snagged his fur as he sprayed defensive pheromones. The thrummers recoiled. "Why intervene?" Zyxel asked later, applying resin to Kip's scratches. "My chassis is more durable." Kip's antennae drooped. "You look scared." Xyridians don't experience fear. Your light patterns went all jagged, like when I'm frightened. Zyxel paused. Vesperians read emotions through subtle shifts. Perhaps Zyridians weren't so different. Your interpretation has merit, they conceded. The crisis came when the meteor's core awoke, a rogue terraforming device mistaken for space debris. It began melting the forest into gray slurry, preparing for optimal civilization. Zyxel recognized the machine's harmonic signature. Kip smelled the sickness in the air. We need to overload its core, Zyxel stated, studying the pulsating monolith. But the frequency required. The thrummers. Kip trilled. They're drawn to energy if we laid them here. Their electrical charge could disrupt the harmonics. Zyxel finished. But how? Kip was already rummaging through his pouches. My pheromones repel them, but your light. He hesitated. Back home, we dance to call rain, maybe if we combine our signals, Zyxel realized. A pattern of light and scent. They practiced through what remained of the night, Zyxel crafting precise strobes, Kip weaving pheromone trails. When the thrummers came, it was a symphony. Zyxel's crystalline edges casting rainbows through Kip's aerosolized mist, the Vesperians' bioluminescence syncing with their laser pulses. The vines surged toward the meteor, overloading its systems in a shower of harmless sparks. Afterward, they sat watching the repaired meteor ascend, a silver seed pod returning to the stars. Kip's fur was matted with resin, Zyxel's facets smudged with pollen. My people will signal for retrieval soon, Zyxel said. Their voice harmonics had softened, almost Vesperian in cadence. Kip nodded, antennae quivering. He'd never met someone who thought in right angles and silent light. Will you tell them about us? Zyxel extended a newly rounded hand, an adjustment made after noticing how edges made Kip nervous. Our alliance proves cross-species collaboration is possible, perhaps. The crystal hesitated. Perhaps I'll recommend further study. Kip bumped his forehead gently against Zyxel's palm, a Vesperian gesture of trust. Maybe visit, I could show you proper nest angles. Laughter for Zyridians was a series of warm vibrations. Kip felt it in his hollow bones, a humming promise. When Zyxel's ship descended in a beam of cobalt light, they left Kip a gift, a shard of their own core crystal, programmed to project holograms of Zyridian star maps. Kip gave them a spiral nut, now containing a drop of distilled starlight and a lock of his iridescent fur. Friendship, Zyxel mused, studying the nut as their ship ascended. The term had always been abstract, a statistical improbability. Now it smelled of pulseberries and sounded like 6 paws pattering through rain. And in the caves of Verdantia, a Vesperian curled around his crystal shard, learning to read new constellations, each one a story waiting to be shared. Story 17. The Whispering Pines of Hollow Spire. In a valley cradled by snow-capped mountains, where autumn lingered like a contented cat curled in sunlight, there stood a village where the chimney smoke danced in cinnamon-scented spirals. Here lived a girl named Layla, whose laughter carried the cadence of wind chimes and whose eyes held the amber warmth of hearth light. She spent her days tending the village's glass greenhouse, where sunbeams fractured into rainbows through hanging prisms, and her nights sketching constellations in a leather-bound journal. But Leela's heart hummed with a quiet yearning, a pull toward the ancient pine forest bordering the village, where shadows pooled like spilled ink and the trees whispered secrets in a language just beyond hearing. One frost-kissed morning, as Leela gathered sap from silver-barked maples, she discovered a peculiar trail of bioluminescent mushrooms glowing softly beneath the underbrush. Their caps pulsed like sleepy fireflies, winding into the forest's heart. Against the villagers' warnings, the woods swallow the curious, they murmured. She followed the path, her boots crunching through leaves stained crimson and gold. The air thickened with the scent of petrichor and pine resin, and soon she stumbled upon a clearing where the light fell in honeyed shafts, illuminating a stone archway veiled in ivy. Beneath the arch lay a pendant, a teardrop of moonstone strung on a braided cord, its surface swirling with opalescent hues. When Leela clasped it around her neck, the forest erupted in sound. The creak of bark became murmured wisdom, bird songs transformed into lilting poetry, and the wind carried clear, melodic voices. The pendant, she realized with a gasp, was a translator's stone, allowing her to understand the language of all living things. "Well now," rumbled a voice like roots shifting deep underground. A great stag emerged, his antlers shimmering as if dusted with starlight. "It's been an age since a human found the Heartwood Grove." He introduced himself as Aldwin, guardian of the forest, and explained that the translator's stones were gifts from an ancient order of earth mages. "But beware," he warned, his obsidian eyes grave. "The stone also reveals all voices, even those that should stay buried." As days passed, Leela returned to the grove, forging friendships with the forest dwellers. A sardonic red fox named Ember who scoffed at sentimentality, but secretly composed sonnets about the moon. Thalia, a barn owl whose vast knowledge of history was rivaled only by her terrible sense of direction, and a colony of ants who performed elaborate Shakespearean tragedies using pollen as costumes. Yet the stone's magic grew heavier each night, and soon Leela began hearing a rasping, fractured voice murmuring beneath the others, a sound like rotting wood and fractured ice. The crisis erupted when the village's crops withered overnight, their roots blackened and brittle. The forest, too, sickened. Leaves curled into brown fists, streams ran thick with sludge, and animals fled westward in panicked herds. Aldwin appeared at Leela's window, his flanks heaving. "The Shadowthorn awakens," he panted. "An ancient blight that feeds on discord. It's poisoning the land, and it's using the translator's stone to amplify its voice." Thus began a journey to the Mossroot Caverns, where the first translator's stone had been forged. Accompanying Leela were Ember, Thalia, and, to everyone's surprise, a young pine marten named Pippin, who'd been eavesdropping on their plans. "I'm excellent at untangling knots," he declared, producing a perfectly unbound tassel from Thalia's wing feathers. Metaphorical ones, too, probably. Their path wound through landscapes that defied reason. A river where water flowed upward in crystalline spirals, a meadow where flowers bloomed only in the exact shape of passing shadows, and a bridge woven from living willow that demanded a riddleless toll. "What grows when shared but dies when kept?" Leela asked. The bridge chuckled, vines unfurling. "Ah, a secret. Pass, little sage." Yet the Shadowthorn's influence deepened. It whispered to Ember that the others mocked his poetry, convinced Thalia they'd never reach the caverns, and taunted Pippin about his size. The stone around Leela's neck grew icy, the voices around her sharpening into barbs. One moonless night, as the group huddled in a birch bark shelter, Ember snapped at Thalia over a misplaced map. Pippin accused Leela of not trusting him. The air curdled with resentment. "Listen," Leela whispered, pressing her palm to the frost-stitched ground. Through the stone she heard the forest's pain, a symphony of fear and fragmentation. The Shadowthorn isn't just in the land, she realized. It's the land itself when it forgets how to be whole. Summoning courage, she removed the translator's stone and placed it in their midst. "We need to hear each other, not just the world." One by one they shared truths normally buried beneath quips and pride. Ember's fear that his poetry was foolish, Thalia's shame over her poor navigation, Pippin's worry he'd never be seen as more than a trickster. Leela confessed her guilt over the blight's spread. "I woke the Shadowthorn by seeking magic," she said, tears falling. "But maybe," Pippin offered gently, "you also woke us." At dawn they reached the Mossroot Caverns, their entrance a yawning mouth fringed with luminescent lichen. Inside, bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls like constellations, illuminating murals of ancient mages weaving starlight into stones. At the cavern's heart stood a pedestal holding the prime stone, a massive, uncut gem pulsing with verdant light. But the shadowthorn awaited them, a shifting mass of darkness with glowing fissures, its voice a cacophony of every unkind word ever spoken. "You think unity defeats me," it sneered. "Look deeper, translator." The stone around Leela's neck flared, flooding her mind with the village's hidden pains, the baker's grief over his lost son, the herbalist's terror of failure, the children's nightmares of storms. She crumpled under the weight, the shadowthorn swelling. Then Ember began reciting a poem, a clumsy, heartfelt ode to friendship. Thalia joined in, recounting an ancient tale of fireflies lighting a darkened sky. Pippin hummed a lullaby from his kit hood, and Leela, trembling, added the villagers' stories, not just their sorrows but their quiet acts of courage. The prime stone blazed brighter as they spoke, its light piercing the shadowthorn's core. With a shriek the blight dissolved, leaving only the echo of its final words, "How?" "You told me to look deeper," Leela said softly. "So I did." As the prime stone's light washed over the land, healing rippled outward. Forests greened, rivers ran clear, and villagers awoke to restored crops glistening with dew. In the heartwood grove, Aldwin bowed his great head. The shadowthorn wasn't evil, he mused. Merely lonely, a voice that forgot it belonged to the chorus. Leela returned the translator's stone to the pedestal, but kept its lesson close. Some evenings, when the northern lights shimmered like celestial harp strings, she led friends old and new to the stone archway. There they'd share stories, silly and profound, while the forest listened, its whispers now a gentle countermelody to their laughter. And though the prime stone's magic faded with the turning seasons, the villagers noticed changes. The baker began teaching orphans to knead dough, the herbalist hung a sign reading, "Mistakes welcome," and children chased fireflies without fear. As for Leela, she still tended her greenhouse, but now sunflowers tilted toward her as if sharing gossip, and the prisms cast light in patterns that looked suspiciously like a fox, an owl, and a marten dancing. On the first snowfall, Leela opened her journal to sketch the dawn. There, pressed between pages, lay a single pine needle glowing faintly silver, a reminder that even the quietest voices, when woven together, could mend a fractured world. Somewhere in the forest, the stag smiled, his antlers catching the light like a crown of stars. Story 18. One crisp autumn evening, as the last amber rays of sunlight dipped below the hills, a curious girl named Leela discovered something peculiar in the hollow of her favorite oak tree. A scroll of birch bark tied with milkweed silk lay nestled in the knothole, its surface glowing with faint silver symbols that shaped themselves into words as she touched it. "Follow the moths when the moon wears a smile." Leela's woolen scarf fluttered like a crimson banner as she hurried through the twilight, drawn toward the edge of Willowbrook Village, where fireflies bobbed above the meadow grass. There, beneath the first shy curve of a crescent moon, she saw them, a dozen papery-winged moths, their wings dusted with something that left shimmering trails in the air. They led her to a stone archway veiled by ivy, its keystone carved with a cluster of berries that glistened as though dipped in starlight. The archway opened into a wood unlike any she'd ever seen. Trees stood like pillars in a cathedral of leaves, their trunks banded with bioluminescent fungi that pulsed gentle hues of periwinkle and gold. The air hummed with a low, sweet melody, as if the roots themselves were singing. Leela stepped onto a path of crushed quartz that sparkled underfoot, and as she wandered deeper, the trees seemed to lean in curiously, their branches offering ripe persimmons that glowed like miniature suns. Her first companion appeared where the path forked beside a brook. A creature no taller than her knee waddled out from behind a toadstool, a round, mossy being with pebbles for teeth, and lichen cascading from its head like wild hair. It blinked up at her with eyes like polished obsidian, and trilled a greeting that sounded like wind chimes. "I'm Tumblepin," it said, patting its belly, which made a hollow thunk. "You've come just in time for the moonmelon harvest." Tumblepin led her to a clearing where hundreds of melons hung from vines strung between trees, their striped rinds translucent, revealing constellations swirling inside. As they plucked the fruits, Layla learned the melons burst into cool, sweet mist when bitten, tasting of midnight dew and wild mint. "The forest shares its magic with those who listen," Tumblepin said, handing her a melon shaped like a crescent. "Even shadows have flavors here." But the woods held gentle trials, too. At a bridge woven from thorny brambles, Layla hesitated. The bridge creaked, its vines tightening defensively. Remembering Tumblepin's advice, she hummed the melody the trees had sung earlier. The thorns softened into velvety tendrils, blooming with star-shaped flowers that lit her way. On the other side, she found a family of hedgehog-like creatures trapped under a fallen branch, their quills shimmering with trapped fireflies. Leela carefully lifted the branch, and the creatures rolled into glowing orbs, rising like lanterns to join the night sky. Deeper in the forest, she encountered the weeping pool, a circular spring where water flowed upward in delicate spirals. Its surface reflected not her face, but scenes from her journey: the moth-lit archway, Tumblepin's gleeful laugh, the rescued hedgehog lights. A voice rippled from the water, deep and resonant yet kind: "To go forward, you must give back what you've gained." Leela realized her pockets were full of forest gifts: a moonmelon seed, a quartz pebble, a petal from the bridge's flowers. She dropped them into the pool, which erupted into a fountain of liquid light, forming a staircase to a grove of ancient trees. There, among roots as wide as houses, sat the guardian, a stag with antlers like crystalline coral, each prism reflecting a different season. "Little wanderer," it rumbled, its voice the crackle of autumn leaves, "you've mended what was broken and honored the forest's song. What wisdom do you take from our realm?" Layla thought of the thorn bridge's song, the moonmelon's constellations, the way darkness had become light in the hedgehog's quills. "Magic isn't about changing the world," she said slowly. "It's about seeing it differently." The stag bowed, and from its antlers drifted a single maple leaf edged in silver. "Carry this," it said, "and remember that curiosity and kindness are the truest compasses." The path homeward glowed warmly, familiar fireflies now guiding her. When Leela stepped back through the archway, dawn tinged the sky peach and lavender. In her palm, the maple leaf had become a simple brooch, its silver veins pulsing faintly. That night, as she drifted to sleep, the distant hoot of an owl sounded suspiciously like Tumblepin's chiming laughter. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who always found lost sheep in storms, or knew exactly when the first blueberries would ripen. But Leela simply smiled, fingering her leaf brooch, and hummed a tune that made the wind sigh contentedly through the trees, a secret melody shared between friends, and a promise that the world was wider and warmer than it seemed. Story 19. In the velvet-hilled valley of Willowbrook Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed, there came a week when the shadows forgot to leave at dawn. It began on a Tuesday, as most peculiar things do, when young Milo noticed the weeping willow by the mill pond had grown a new set of roots overnight, roots that glimmered like braided moonlight and trembled when touched. "They feel like grandmother's silver chimes," whispered Tansy, the baker's daughter, brushing her fingertips against the shimmering tendrils. By Thursday, every cobblestone path in the village bore tiny handprints of frost that never melted, even when the sun stretched its golden fingers across the rooftops. Worst of all, the stars had begun to fade, not all at once, but one by one, as if someone were gently blowing out the constellations like birthday candles. It was old Nan, the lamplighter with eyes like twin hearths, who first called the children to her cottage. Her home smelled of cinnamon and secrets, with walls papered in maps of forgotten skies. "The world's gone shy," she murmured, stirring a pot of lavender-infused honey. "But shy things often just need a friend to listen. Keep your eyes wide as owls and your heart soft as dandelion fluff. The answer's already among you." Milo and Tansy took to wandering the twilight meadows with pockets full of butterscotch for courage and a tin whistle for summoning help should the need arise. On their third evening, they discovered a trail of iridescent snails winding up the northern path, a path that hadn't existed the day before. The snails' shells hummed with a familiar melody. "That's the tune the river sings when it thinks no one's listening," Tansy realized. They followed the glowing trail, past thickets where fireflies danced in perfect circles, and through a grove of birch trees whose bark rippled like liquid pearl. At the trail's end stood a cottage no taller than a haystack, its thatched roof sprouting bluebell flowers, and smoke puffing from its chimney in the shape of question marks. The door creaked open to reveal a creature with the velvety ears of a hare, the tail of a squirrel, and paws that shimmered like pooled starlight. It hiccuped nervously, sending a shower of maple keys tumbling from its whiskers. "I'm Pippin," it squeaked, "and I've made a dreadfully big oops." Through a series of pantomimed explanations and a game of charades involving a stolen thimble, the children learned Pippin was a glintrite, a keeper of small magics. It had been practicing its craft by mending broken moonbeams and polishing dewdrops, but had accidentally unraveled the stitch between day and night. "The stars are hiding because they think it's their turn to sleep," Pippin fretted, wringing its paws. "And the frost prince, well, that was me trying to write apology notes." The solution they discovered required three things: a feather from the clockwork owl in the village belfry to reset the stars' rhythm, a spoonful of shared laughter to rekindle their glow, and a perfectly round pebble from the river's deepest bend to anchor the magic. Their quest led them to wade through streams that tickled like whispered jokes, to climb an oak tree where leaves rustled out riddles, and to trade a jar of firefly light for the owl's iridescent plume. As the children worked, they noticed Pippin's magic wasn't broken, just lonely. Its frost prints formed poems about friendship, and the strange willow roots had been attempts to weave a bridge between their worlds. When the final stitch was sewn, using Tansy's hair ribbon as a needle and Milo's shadow as thread, the stars bloomed back into the sky like marigolds opening at dawn. The village never learned the full truth of that star-stitched week, though children still leave saucers of clover cream by their windowsills for unseen visitors. Pippin visits often now, its hiccups cured, leaving gifts of perfectly round pebbles and snowflakes that melt into cinnamon tea. And on clear nights, if you squint just right, you might spy a constellation that looks like a squirrel-tailed hare winking beside the moon, a reminder that even the grandest magics begin with small, kind hands willing to mend what's been unraveled. As the hearth fire crackles its approval and the last cinnamon-scented embers drift upward to join the stars, know this: the world holds its breath sometimes, not from fear, but because it's waiting for the right hearts to whisper, "Let's fix this together." And in that whisper, beneath the velvet hush of 1,000 listening skies, the magic begins anew. Story 20. In the velvet embrace of an ancient woodland where willow tendrils swayed secrets to the wind, there existed a realm unseen by hurried eyes. Here, where ferns unfurled like emerald trumpets greeting the dawn, a community of creatures thrived in the dappled margins between worlds. Their guardian was a girl named Leela, whose laughter echoed the brook's song and whose hair held the russet glint of autumn's first maple leaf. She dwelled in a hollowed cedar, its walls lined with thistledown and moth-wing tapestries, and knew the language of root systems humming beneath the soil. One brittle morning, as frost etched lace upon spiderwebs, Leela noticed the amber tree, a colossal sentinel whose branches cradled the seasons, shedding leaves too soon. Its trunk, usually rippling with molten gold sap, bore hairline cracks whispering of decay. "The balance wavers," murmured Thistle, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrop constellations. His nose twitched toward the tree's crown, where spring blossoms wilted beside summer's unripe peaches and autumn's persimmons, all trembling under a premature snowfall. The creatures gathered at moonrise, where fireflies strung lanterns between cattails. Corwin, an owl with feathers like storm cloud wool, rotated his head solemnly. "The heartstone dims," he hooted, talons brushing a crystalline orb embedded in the tree's roots, a relic spun from starlight and dinosaur breath, keeper of earthly rhythms. A marmot named Pippa pressed her ear to the ground, whiskers quivering. "The earth song skips beats. The badgers say the north wind carries ash scent." Leela knelt, fingertips tracing the heartstone's faltering pulse. Memories surfaced of her grandmother's tales, how the stone's light waxed with kindness offered, waned with harmony broken. "We must seek Elder Alden," she decided, recalling the ancient box turtle who slept beneath the thunderstruck oak, his shell etched with runes older than rivers. Their journey wove through bioluminescent moss beds and groves where trees grew upside down, roots cradling miniature skies. Bramble, a fox whose coat held the blush of wild strawberries, led the way, his brush dispersing pollen that hung like suspended topaz dust. They supped on blackberry wine sipped from acorn cups, the tang sharpening their resolve as twilight painted the forest in plum and mercury. Elder Alden awaited them in a cavern lined with fossilized fireflies, his eyes milky yet piercing. "The amber tree's ailment mirrors the world's forgetting," he rasped, voice textured like shale. "Men beyond the mist-carved stone and burned forests, their hunger unspooling the threads that bind seasons. You must reweave them." From his mossy pouch he produced 4 petals, crocus, poppy, maple, and holly, each pulsing with a season's essence. "Plant these where the tree's tears fall, but mine the guardians." The return trek brimmed with trials. Spring's guardian, a hummingbird spun from rainbows and hurricane winds, tested their compassion when they paused to mend its shattered nest. Summer's sentinel, a river otter with mercury-quick eyes, demanded they cleanse a polluted tributary, their paws growing raw scrubbing oil from reeds. Autumn's protector, a stag crowned with burning leaves, asked for stories of lost love to fuel his migration. Winter's watcher, an Arctic hare with fur like crystallized moonlight, bid them sit silently until they could hear the snowflakes' individual lullabies. Each act of stewardship reignited a fraction of the heartstone's glow. Yet as Leela placed the final petal, holly, sharp and resolute, into the soil, the ground shuddered. The cracks in the amber tree deepened, birthing tendrils of shadow that thirsted for the stone's light. "It's not enough," wept Pippa, cradling a wilting orchid. Bramble growled low, sparks dancing in his fur. "The cure requires sacrifice." Leela understood. Pressing her palm to the largest fissure, she let the tree drink from her memories. Her first steps on lichen, her grandmother's lullabies woven from loon cries, the day she'd nursed a wounded wolf pup beneath a blood moon. The shadows recoiled as the trunk absorbed her joy and sorrow, her failures and forgiveness. One by one, the creatures added their own stories. Thistle's tale of learning patience when his berries refused to grow, Corwin's shame at once plucking a nestling from its mother, Bramble's journey to outrun his fear of thunderstorms. The amber tree shuddered, then stilled. Sap bubbled up like liquid amber, sealing cracks with gold. The heartstone flared, its light cascading through the canopy in prismatic rivers. Seasons disentangled, spring blossoms burst forth, peaches swelled with juice, persimmons ripened to sunset hues, and the snow dissolved into a gentle rain that smelled of renewal. That night, as the forest celebrated with a feast of honey-glazed moonflowers and cider brewed from cloudberries, Elder Alden appeared at the clearing's edge. "You've learned harmony isn't stillness," he murmured, nodding at Layla. "It's the dance between giving and receiving, holding and releasing." His shell glimmered briefly, new runes appearing, a girl, a tree, a circle of creatures. Years later, when new cracks sometimes surfaced in drought or storm, the forest remembered. They gathered not in fear, but in quiet communion, sharing stories and strawberry wine, trusting their collective light could mend any fissure. And on crisp evenings, if you linger where fireflies trace prophecies in the air, you might hear laughter ripple through the amber tree's roots, a sound like wind chimes and brook song, enduring as the turning stars. Story 21. The Whispering Woods and the Glass Lantern. Beneath a sky quilted with twilight stars, where the air carried whispers of pine and distant wood smoke, there lay a village cradled by ancient forests. In this village lived a girl named Sylvie, whose hands were always stained with ink from mapping imaginary lands, and whose laughter echoed like wind chimes through apple orchards. Yet for all her cheer, Sylvie carried a quiet ache, a loneliness that nipped at her heels like a persistent autumn breeze. Her parents, traveling botanists, were often away studying rare ferns in distant valleys, leaving her in the care of a grandmother whose stories were as rich as her blackberry pies. One frost-kissed evening, while Sylvie sketched constellations on her windowsill, a peculiar thing occurred. The old oak tree in her garden, whose branches had been skeletal and silent all winter, began to hum. Not the creaky groan of wood in the cold, but a resonant, honeyed sound that made the air shimmer. At its base, between roots gnarled like sleeping dragons, glowed a small object, a lantern no larger than her palm, wrought from frosted glass etched with symbols that pulsed like heartbeat rhythms. Well, now, came a voice like crumpling parchment, as the village librarian, Mr. Thistlewick, materialized beside her fence. His spectacles caught the lantern's light in twin moons. That's not something you see every Tuesday. Sylvie jumped, nearly dropping the lantern. What is it? A wayfarer's lantern, unless I'm mistaken, and I'm rarely mistaken except about raisins in scones. They're said to light paths to hidden realms. My great-aunt Ethel claimed one led her to a library guarded by sentient otters, but she also swore turnips could sing, so. He adjusted his scarf, eyeing the symbols. These markings, they're moon runes, meant for those who listen more than they shout. That night, Sylvie's dreams brimmed with forests that breathed and rivers that told jokes in bubbling tongues. At dawn, her boots crunched through iced puddles as she followed the lantern's faint glow into the woods. The trees here grew close, their bark etched with faces that winked when looked at sideways. She'd nearly turned back twice when the light dimmed, until... "You're stomping like a disgruntled badger," chirped a voice overhead. A creature perched on a birch branch, a fox with fur the color of cinnamon-steamed milk, one ear tipped with silver, and eyes that held the mischievous glint of a star plotting to become a constellation. "I'm walking," Sylvie retorted, then froze. "You talk." "Only when humans aren't around, usually. You've got a wayfarer's lantern. Either you're very lost or very interesting." The fox leapt down, landing silently. "I'm Juniper, professional curiosity enthusiast." Thus began their unlikely alliance. Juniper explained that the lantern's light waxed and waned in response to questions asked aloud, but not just any questions. "The ones that hum in your bones," she said, flicking her tail toward a thicket where the glass now blushed coral pink. "That way." For days they traversed valleys where trees grew upside down from cloud-like moss, crossed rivers that flowed with liquid starlight, and met a badger who brewed tea from thunderstorm dregs. All the while, the lantern's symbols rearranged like puzzle pieces, guiding them toward a forgotten glen where the air smelled of forgotten memories and possibility. But the glen was dying. Where there ought to have been wildflowers, brittle stems crumbled to dust at Sylvie's touch. A great stone archway, carved with creatures mid-dance, stood cracked and veiled in spiderwebs. At its center hung a bell without a clapper, its surface dull as unpolished lead. "The crossroads bell," Juniper whispered, ears flat. It hasn't rung in centuries. This place, it's where worlds brush edges. The bell's chime keeps the balance. Without it. She nudged a wilted leaf that dissolved into smoke. Sylvie's lantern flared as she approached the arch. The symbols now swirled urgently, reflecting in the bell's tarnished surface. There's something inside. Peering closer, she glimpsed a shadow, a tiny, glowing orb trapped within the metal. A spark from the first fire, Juniper breathed. The bell's heart, but how? A rasping laugh slithered through the glen. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in moth-eaten velvet, his face obscured by a mask of dried rose thorns. Ah, the meddlers arrive, here to fix what you cannot comprehend. Sylvie's throat tightened. The thorned man, as he called himself, had stolen the spark long ago, envious of the crossroads harmony. Why? She asked, lantern raised. Why? He snatched a dying butterfly midair, watching it disintegrate. Because balance is a myth. Some realms deserve to wither, others to feast. His gaze fell on the lantern. Give me that trinket, girl, and I might let your little fox scurry home. Juniper bared her teeth, but Sylvie stood rooted. The lantern warmed in her hands, its light pooling at her feet. She thought of her parents' letters filled with pressed flowers she couldn't name, of grandmother's tales that made loneliness feel smaller, of Juniper's laugh when they'd slid down a glacier on birch bark sleds. No. The thorned man lunged. Sylvie stumbled back, the lantern slipping from her grasp, and shattering against the archway. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the shards moved, swirling like fireflies before reassembling midair. Not a lantern now, but a luminous bridge of interlocking symbols spanning toward the bell. The spark. Juniper yowled. Quickly. Sylvie ran, the bridge solid yet weightless underfoot. Behind her, the thorned man howled as the crumbling glen resisted his grasp. The bell loomed, its surface now transparent as glass. Inside, the spark flickered weakly. But how to free it? Sylvie pressed her palms to the cold metal. The answer came not in words, but in the memory of her grandmother's voice. The deepest magic isn't seized, child, it's invited. Closing her eyes, Sylvie hummed, the same lilting tune her mother sang while potting seedlings. The bell trembled. Juniper joined in with a warble like birdsong at dawn. Slowly, achingly, a hairline crack split the bell's surface. The spark floated free, nestling into Sylvie's cupped hands. Below, the thorned man roared. Fools, you'll destroy us all. The spark leapt to the archway's apex, exploding into a cascade of light that painted the glen in hues no human eye had ever witnessed. Flowers erupted through the snow, petals chiming softly. The bell's clapper materialized, swinging in a breeze fragrant with rain and new beginnings. Bong. The note washed over Sylvie like sunlight through stained glass. When she opened her eyes, the thorned man was gone. Where he'd stood grew a rose bush, its blossoms white and fragrant. He'll sleep a while, Juniper said, nuzzling Sylvie's hand. Thorns and all. Their return journey was lit by bioluminescent moths and accompanied by the distant, joyful ringing of the crossroads bell. At the forest's edge, Juniper pressed her nose to Sylvie's palm. You'll visit, I've heard rumors of a magma-dwelling squid who writes poetry. Sylvie laughed, but it caught in her throat. What if I forget? What if it fades? The fox's eyes softened. Some roads once walked stay with you. Look. On Sylvie's windowsill sat the lantern, whole again, but different. Its glass now swirled with living tendrils of gold and green, and within, a tiny flame danced to the rhythm of her breath. Years later, villagers would speak of Sylvie the wayfinder, who could heal blighted crops with a touch and whose maps guided wanderers home. But in the quiet hours, children whispered of the girl who carried starlight in her pocket and walked with a fox whose laughter could melt the frost. And if you wander those woods on mornings when the mist hangs low, you might glimpse them still. Sylvie with her lantern, Juniper with her silver-tipped ear, ambassadors between realms, forever guardians of the balance that hums in all things. As for loneliness, it visits still, as it visits all living hearts. But now it brings gifts, the scent of rain on wild thyme, the warmth of a shared silence, and the knowledge that no one is ever truly alone in a world where lanterns remember how to shine. Story 22. The last golden light of afternoon poured through the attic's cobweb-fringed window as Mirabelle pushed aside a moth-eaten curtain of velvet. Dust motes swirled like captive stars around her freckled cheeks as her fingers brushed against something cold and metallic hidden beneath the fabric. With a soft gasp, she drew out an ornate music box, its surface etched with constellations that seemed to shift when touched by the fading sunlight. "What have you found there, little wren?" called Grandmother Nessa from the foot of the creaking stairs. Mirabelle traced the crescent moon clasp holding the box shut. "Something singing," she whispered, pressing her ear to the carvings. Indeed, a faint melody hummed within, like wind through winter-bare branches, mixed with the laughter of a distant stream. That night, when the old farmhouse sighed into stillness, Mirabelle crept from her quilted bed and turned the music box's tiny silver key. The constellations along its sides began to glow, first Orion's belt, then Cassiopeia's chair, until the entire attic thrummed with liquid starlight. The lid sprang open, releasing a ribbon of music that solidified into a fox made of twilight, its fur rippling between indigo and charcoal. "Well met, keeper," the fox said, bowing with a dancer's grace. "I am Ember, last guardian of the sylvan glade. The seasons have been stolen from our realm, and without them your world too shall wither." Mirabelle's hands trembled against the music box. "But I'm just..." "Chosen by the song of roots and sky," Ember interrupted gently, nosing her palm. A map bloomed across Mirabelle's skin in glowing amber lines. "3 trials await beneath the elder oak where the worlds breathe together. Fail, and endless winter comes. Succeed." The fox's whiskers twitched. "Ah, but you'll need to see for yourself." Thus began Mirabelle's descent into the sylvan glade, a realm where trees grew upside down from silver clouds, their roots cradling villages of light-bearing moths. She learned to walk on rain-softened air currents, Trial 1, guided by Ember's patient instructions. "Not with your feet, but with your heart's compass," the fox counseled as Mirabelle tumbled through cumulus cotton, laughter bubbling from her throat despite the danger. Their first true test came at the Frosted Archive, a library carved from a single ice crystal, tended by a badger in a waistcoat woven from northern lights. "To pass," rumbled the badger, adjusting spectacles made of frozen dew, "you must find the story that was never written." While Ember sniffed at shelves holding books bound in birch bark and snakeskin, Mirabelle noticed trembling gaps in the archives, spaces where icicles dripped melancholy tears. These missing tales, she realized aloud, they're the memories stolen when autumn forgot how to blush. The badger's eyes softened. "Clever child, now listen." He pressed a paw to the ice floor, summoning whispers from the cracks. Mirabelle knelt ear to the cold and heard a symphony of absences, the last sigh of a falling leaf, the unanswered call of geese flying south. Weaving these silences into a lullaby, she hummed until the empty spaces glowed with phantom words. "Well played," the badger nodded, presenting her with a quill made from a porcupine's spine. "But remember, stories lost can still be rewritten." Days melted into weeks measured by strange new rhythms, the pulse of sapping crystalline trees, the ebb and flow of luminescent tides in mushroom-ringed pools. Their second trial led them to the chamber of echoing stones, where a snowy owl perched atop a menhir carved with forgotten alphabets. "Name the unnameable," the owl challenged, gesturing with a wing toward a dark pool at the chamber's heart. Mirabelle peered into the water and saw not her reflection, but shifting shadows, her fears of inadequacy, of failing both worlds. Ember pressed warm against her leg. Courage, keeper, even shadows need names to lose their power. Steeling herself, Mirabelle whispered to the pool, "You are the wind before I leap, the pause before the song. But I name you not mine to carry." The shadows dissolved into 1,000 fireflies, their light revealing a path through the standing stones. The final trial found them at the heart of the sylvan glade, a tree with bark like molten gold, its branches heavy with fruits resembling captured sunsets. Here waited the thief of seasons, a creature of shimmering void that shifted between forms, one moment a wounded stag, next a sobbing child, then a whirlwind of ash and regret. "You think to defeat me with that trinket," it hissed, eyeing the music box in Mirabelle's arms. "I who have devoured equinoxes and solstices." But Mirabelle had learned from the archive's gaps in the echoing stones. Instead of attacking, she sat cross-legged beneath the golden tree and began to play the music box, not its enchanted melody, but the song she'd composed from missing stories and named shadows. Ember added a counter-melody in soft yips and purrs, while the sylvan glade itself joined through rustling leaves and trickling streams. The thief convulsed, its void form spilling out in tendrils of smoke. What is this magic?" "The kind that grows in empty spaces," Mirabelle said, tears tracing silver paths down her cheeks. "The stories we tell about endings and beginnings." With a sound like 1,000 windows opening, the stolen seasons burst from the thief's core: cherry blossom spring, honey-thick summer, autumn's cinnamon blaze. The creature diminished, resolving into a trembling field mouse with starlight in its fur. "Forgive me," it squeaked, "I only wanted to stop time, to never lose again." Ember nuzzled the mouse gently. "All things must lose to find new shapes, little one." As balance restored to the sylvan glade, Mirabelle discovered the true nature of the music box. It was no mere tool, but a living seed containing the first tree that bridged all worlds. With the badger's quill, she inscribed new stories onto its star-etched surface. The owl taught her to listen for the spaces between heartbeats where truth grows. And the reformed thief, now called Lumen, took up guardianship of Twilight's tender hours. When Mirabelle returned home, older in ways no calendar could mark, she found Grandmother Nessa waiting with steaming chamomile tea and knowing eyes. "The elder oak's been blooming in December," the old woman remarked, nodding at the music box now sprouting tiny leaf buds. "Now, every evening when fireflies dot the lavender fields like fallen stars, you might glimpse a girl with starlight in her hair and a fox made of twilight shadows. They tend the borders between worlds, carrying a music box that plays the sound of roots dreaming and the gentle hush of snow learning to dance. And if you're very quiet, you'll hear their laughter woven through the wind, a reminder that even the deepest winters hold seeds of songs yet unsung." Story 23. In the velvet shadows between twilight and dawn, where mist clings to fern-crowned hollows and ancient oaks whisper secrets in a language of creaking boughs, there existed a glade known only to those who listened with more than ears. The creatures of Willowmere Forest moved through this world like living brushstrokes, a red fox's tail flickering through bluebell clusters, owl's wings stirring the scent of pine resin, and badgers tracing labyrinthine paths in the dew-heavy grass. Here the air hummed with old magic that pulsed in time with the turning seasons, and every stone held memories older than the first rainfall. At the heart of this realm lay the moonpool, a circular spring whose waters mirrored not the sky above, but the dreams of the earth itself. In spring its surface shimmered with the pale greens of unfurling leaves, summer set it ablaze with firefly gold, autumn painted it russet and amber, winter frosted its edges with crystalline lace. The pool was tended by elder tamarack, a tortoise whose moss-dappled shell bore maps of forgotten migrations, and whose eyes held the patience of mountains. For 909 seasons he had taught the forest's young ones the sacred rhythms, when to coax seeds from their slumber, how to sing frost away from tender roots, and why shadows deserved kindness as much as light. One crisp autumn morning, as maple keys spiraled down like tiny brown helicopters, a young fox named Bramble discovered trouble brewing at the pool's edge. Her paws, still oversized and clumsily eager, sank into the mud as she approached. "Elder Tamarack," she yipped, whiskers twitching. "The water's wrong." The tortoise blinked slowly, sunlight catching the quartz flecks in his aged shell. Where the pool should have been swirling with caramel and crimson reflections of falling leaves, its surface lay dull and motionless, like tarnished silver. Beneath it, faint cracks spiderwebbed through the clay bed. "Ah," rumbled Tamarack, his voice the sound of river stones tumbling. "The roots thirst. The vein of echoes must be blocked." Bramble tilted her head. "The vein, but that's just an old tale." "Stories," said the tortoise, "are roots wearing different coats." With a nod he sent her to gather the circle, those bound to guard Willowmere's balance. By moonrise the glade thrummed with soft footfalls and rustling fur. Thistle, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrop pearls, arrived first, sniffing anxiously at the cracked earth. Next came Sorrel, a doe whose antlers curved like cursive script, bearing news of wilted blackberries farther south. Last came the fireflies, not the summer's boisterous swarm, but 3 elders carrying lanterns of cold blue flame. Their light revealed what daylight hid, hairline fractures spreading beneath ferns, and a faint, acrid scent beneath the forest's usual perfume of wood smoke and loam. "The vein of echoes," explained Tamarack, "is no metaphor. Deep below lies a channel where the pool's waters journey to nourish the forest's bones, if blocked." "The magic starves," finished Sorrel, her breath making ghostly shapes in the chill air. "But how do we mend what's buried?" The fireflies' lanterns brightened. "Stones remember," buzzed their leader, her wings chiming like distant wind chimes. "The earth song has changed its tune. Listen." Bramble pressed her ear to the ground. Through layers of roots and worm-turned soil, she heard it, a choked gurgle where there should have been a liquid chuckle. "It's sobbing," she whispered. Thus began their pilgrimage downward, guided by firefly light and Tamarack's murmured lore. The tunnel walls glistened with mica, fracturing the blue glow into starry splinters. Thistle rolled into a protective ball whenever pebbles clattered, while Sorrel's antlers brushed glowing lichen from the ceiling, their faint bioluminescence joining the symphony of light. The air grew dense with the scent of iron-rich clay and something sharper, the tang of fractured magic. After timeless descent they found the blockage, a tangle of ghost-white roots piercing the tunnel like spears, their knotted mass pulsing faintly. Bramble sneezed at their mildewed smell. "These aren't ours," she said. "They are wrong." Storm-twisted, Tamarack confirmed. Last summer's tempests had driven a lightning-struck sycamore's roots deep into forbidden places. They drink the vein's magic but cannot digest it, greed without purpose. The solution came not through force but harmony. Sorrel knelt, letting woodless march from her antlers to nibble the rotting roots. Thistle uncurled, using her quills to scratch healing runes into the clay, an alphabet taught by snail trails and spider webs. The fireflies settled on the remaining tendrils, their cold flames crystallizing the sickly growths into brittle lace. And Bramble, remembering Tamarack's lesson about shadows, sang to the darkness behind the roots, a wordless pup's lullaby that softened what fear had hardened. As the last root crumbled, the vein's song returned, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in their teeth and whiskers. Up they raced, following the rejuvenated current, and burst into the glade just as dawn's first light gilded the treetops. The moonpool bubbled joyfully, its surface now a mirror of perfect autumn, burnished copper, marigold, and the faintest blush of coming frost. The cracks sealed themselves with threads of glowing mycelium, and the air sweetened with released magic, tasting of honeycomb and morning rain. Yet balance, as Tamarack often reminded them, is a dance, not a destination. When winter's cloak descended, bringing silence and silver, the circle found new rhythms. Bramble learned to read the snow's hidden language, the feathery script of grouse tracks, the Morse code of dripping icicles. Thistle demonstrated how frozen ponds sing if stroked with a pine needle bow, and Sorrel led them to caves where bats hung like living chandeliers, their dreams seeping into the stone to fuel spring's eventual return. When the veins shuddered again during the fragile green blush of spring, it was Bramble, now with wiser eyes and a bushier tail, who recognized the signs. Not a blockage this time, but a surfeit. Melting snows had overfilled the channels, threatening to burst the delicate capillaries feeding trillium blooms. The solution required butterfly wings to carry pollen potions, and crow's feathers dipped in spider silk to weave containment nets. Years turned like pages in a well-loved book. Tamarack's movements grew slower, his shell more fused with lichen, until one midsummer eve he settled beside the moon pool and sighed a sigh that smelled of thunderstorms and lavender. Bramble, he murmured as fireflies wove a veil of light above them, it's time you tend the glade. She protested, she still forgot things, still sometimes startled at her own shadow. But the tortoise chuckled, a sound like walnuts cracking. You've always known how to listen, that's the whole of it. As his shell became a living cairn, sprouting moss and wood violets, the forest grieved in its way, willows trailing branches lower, brooks running quieter for a week. But when the first autumn chill returned, Bramble stood at the pool's edge, watching a new generation's fox cubs yip at falling leaves. A tadpole wriggled near her paw, this year's guardian perhaps, waiting to grow into its role. Tonight, if you wander where the world holds its breath, you might glimpse it, a russet shadow padding softly past moonlit ferns, following a song only the deepest roots remember. The air will smell of damp parchment and distant wood smoke, and if you're very quiet, you'll feel the veins pulse beneath your feet, steady as a grandmother's lullaby. For in Willowmere endings are but seeds with longer journeys, and every creature, whether rooted, winged, or wandering, knows their turn will come to tend the light, then pass it gently on. The pool's waters shimmer with this truth, season upon season, in colors no painter could ever capture, but which every dreaming child might glimpse behind closed eyes. Story 24. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered longest, there nestled a village called Willowwick, a place where chimney smoke curled in spirals to greet the stars, and cobblestone paths glittered with embedded moonstones. Here lived a hedgehog named Thimble, whose quills perpetually smelled of cinnamon due to his occupation as the town's pastry chef, and whose spectacles were always fogged from leaning over steaming pies. His best friend was Bramble, a rabbit whose overall pockets bulged with enchanted seeds that sprouted flowers humming lullabies, and whose ears could detect the first raindrop of a storm 3 days away. One crisp autumn evening, as Thimble pulled a batch of star-shaped lavender shortbread from his clay oven, he noticed something peculiar. The real stars above Willowwick began dimming. Not all at once, but one by one, like candles snuffed by invisible fingers. By midnight, only a single star remained, a timid silver flicker named Pippin, who'd got entangled in the weather vane atop the town hall. "It's the starless sorrow," gasped old Tome, the village librarian, a tortoise whose shell was carved with runes and who traveled everywhere atop a floating stack of books. "An ancient malady where stars lose their nerve to shine. Why, the last time this happened, the sun almost overslept." A council was convened in Bramble's sunflower garden, where blossoms turned their faces to listen. Pippin, rescued by Thimble's pastry ladder, which stretched curiously high when sprinkled with sugar, quivered in Bramble's paws. The others didn't vanish, the star whispered. They are hiding in the Glimmerwood, scared of the shadow that dances. The friends exchanged glances. Shadows in Willowick were typically polite, sipping moonlight tea with their humans and never overstaying their welcome. But this one sounded different. "We'll find it," declared Thimble, adjusting his foggy spectacles. "And see what's got it all," ate Witter. Their quest began at dawn with Bramble's enchanted compass, which pointed not north, but toward the most interesting problem. It led them past honey-coated meadows, through a brook that giggled when stepped on, and into the Glimmerwood, where trees grew in swirls and leaves chimed like glass. Deep in the forest they found the cowering stars, huddled inside acorn caps and under toadstools, their light muffled. "The shadow leaps and whirls and shrieks," squeaked one star, ducking under a fern. But as the trio pressed onward, they heard not shrieks, but sniffling. Behind a waterfall of liquid amber, they discovered the shadow, a wispy, ink-blot creature with eyes like wet coal, attempting to knit a sweater out of cobwebs. It froze mid-stitch, quivering. "You're not frightening at all," blurted Bramble. The shadow drooped. "I know," it moaned, voice like wind through a keyhole. "I'm supposed to be a proper scary shadow for the moonlit masquerade, but I'm rubbish at lurking, and my howl sounds like a deflating balloon." It demonstrated hoo-oh-ee, and a nearby family of fireflies burst into giggles. Thimble removed his spectacles, which instantly unfogged. Why not try being yourself instead of what others expect? But who am I? The shadow twirled miserably, morphing into a confused squid, then a lopsided teapot. Bramble's ears perked. "You're a brilliant dancer. Look how you moved through the trees." "And creative," said Old Tome, admiring the cobweb sweater. "Why, with training, you could knit clouds into cardigans." Thus an idea kindled. For 3 days and nights the friends prepared. Thimble baked luminous meringue clouds that floated above Willowick. Bramble grew a garden of glow-in-the-dark dahlias, their petals forming a stage. Old Tome summoned a symphony of crickets with violins made of walnut shells. And Pippin rallied the stars, who'd peeked from the Glimmerwood, curious. On the eve of the masquerade, the shadow, now dubbed Shim, performed not as a monster, but as itself, a twirling, shape-shifting marvel, weaving through Thimble's edible constellations and Bramble's floral spotlights. It danced as a galloping stag, a tumbling comet, a wobbling but enthusiastic accordion, while the stars above blazed brighter with every cheer from the crowd. "Turns out," Thimble whispered to Bramble as they nibbled star-shaped shortbread, "the best way to help someone shine is to give 'em room to be their odd, wonderful selves." The moonlit masquerade became an annual tradition, with Shim as its guest of honor. Stars no longer hid, for they'd learned that even darkness could be playful. And though Shim never mastered lurking, it did knit the finest cloud cardigans in 7 valleys, each button made from a chuckling dewdrop. As for Willowick, it remained a place where chimney smoke twirled with starlight, where shadows sipped tea, and where every soul, whether shaped like a hedgehog, a star, or a slightly confused scribble, knew they belonged. And on quiet nights, if you listened closely, you might hear the Glimmerwood's leaves clinking together in a toast, to kindness, to quirks, and to the magic that happens when we let our true selves shimmer. Story 25. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of storm clouds and a curiosity bright as fireflies. The village had always been a place where butter churns whispered secrets to the wind and garden gates swung open for hedgehog travelers at dusk, but that autumn, something peculiar began threading itself through the ordinary magic. It started with the teacups. Mrs. Higgleby's porcelain set, painted with forget-me-nots and bumblebees, began floating off her kitchen shelf every Tuesday at 3:30, arranging themselves into miniature castles on her checkered floor. Then old Tom's pocket watch started spinning backward whenever he neared the mill pond, its hands fluttering like distressed moths. By the time the village's single lantern post began glowing emerald green instead of gold, even the drowsy tabby cats perked their ears in suspicion. Leela noticed the patterns first. Kneeling in the moss beside the mill pond one misty morning, her slate-blue scarf damp with dew, she spied silvery footprints no larger than acorn caps along the water's edge. They shimmered faintly like light through a soap bubble and vanished when touched. "It's not mischief," she murmured, pressing her palm to the cool earth. "It's loneliness." Her theory led her to Mr. Bramblethorn's workshop at the edge of the hazel wood, a crooked tower of brick where cuckoo clocks sang in four-part harmony and mechanical songbirds nested in copper pipes. The old clockmaker, his beard threaded with clock gears and forgetfulness, blinked owlishly when Leela described the footprints. "Ah," he said, adjusting magnifying glasses that multiplied his left eye into 3 green moons. "You've met the Stardial sprite." According to tales older than the valley's oldest oak, Stardial sprites were creatures born from fractured moonlight and unanswered questions. They slipped into our world through cracks in forgotten constellations, drawn to places where time folded strangely, old clocks, twilight hours, the breath between sleep and waking. "But they're shy as shadow," Mr. Bramblethorn explained, winding a music box that played the scent of lavender. "If one's causing commotion, it must be frightened or lost." That night Leela prepared a lure, a thimble of honeycomb from the hive behind the schoolhouse, a spool of thread spun from dandelion fluff, and her mother's star-shaped locket that hummed when held to the ear. She placed them in a willow basket and set it beneath the lantern post as the first stars embroidered themselves onto the dusk. Midnight sighed through the valley. The lantern's emerald light stretched long fingers across the cobblestones, and then a sound like frost crystallizing. There, perched on the basket's edge, was a creature no taller than a butter knife, its body a mosaic of starlight and steam. Wings like frosted cobweb trembled as it examined the locket, its eyes 2 pulsing amber stars. "You're far from home," Leela whispered, stepping from the shadows. The sprite froze, its light dimming to a nervous flicker. "But we can help you find the way back, if you'll show us what's wrong." The sprite trilled, a sound like wind through a keyhole, and unfolded a map drawn in bioluminescent ink across its palms. Mr. Bramblethorn, arriving with a lantern that cast light in geometric shapes, gasped. "The old observatory," he breathed. "Of course." Abandoned decades ago on Whisper Ridge, the observatory's telescope had once been the valley's tether to the heavens. But when its lens cracked during a meteor shower, the villagers let ivy claim its dome. The sprite's map revealed a jagged tear in the cosmic threads above it, a wound that had pulled the little creature through. Dawn found them trekking up the fern-slick path, the sprite nestled in Leela's scarf like a nervous ember. Fog clung to the observatory's ruins, the broken telescope pointing skyward like a forgotten question. "Mr." Bramblethorn ran his fingers along the cracked lens. "We'll need starlight glue," he declared, "and someone nimble enough to mend the rift." The preparation was a symphony of village magic, Mrs. Higgleby donated thread spun from Aurora silk, old Tom distilled midnight dew into a shimmering adhesive, and the baker's twins collected fallen star fragments, often mistaken for shooting stars from the meadow. By twilight, they'd crafted a luminous patchwork quilt of celestial materials. As the first star pierced the violet sky, the sprite soared upward, trailing the quilt behind it like a bridal veil. Leela watched through the repaired telescope as the creature stitched the torn heavens with precise, glowing sutures. Constellations sighed in relief, the Milky Way rippled like a smoothed bedsheet. When the last stitch settled, the sprite twirled in a helix of silver sparks. The observatory's dome filled with a warm, honeyed light as the creature's form began to blur at the edges. Wait. Leela cried, though she knew this was the necessary end. The sprite chimed a farewell, a chord that tasted of apricot jam and new mittens, and dissolved into the mended sky. Back in Willowbrook, the peculiar happenings ceased. Teacups stayed demurely on shelves, clocks kept impeccable time, and the lantern post burned gold as marigolds. But on clear nights, if you left a thimble of honeycomb beneath it, you might glimpse a new constellation. A girl with storm-cloud hair, a clockmaker's beard of gears, and between them, a tiny starburst sprite, winking down like a cosmic thank-you note. Layla took to leaving star-shaped cookies on her windowsill, just in case. And sometimes, when the northern wind carried the scent of lavender and stardust, she'd wake to find her locket humming a lullaby no human throat could sing. A gentle reminder that some mysteries, once solved, become the quiet magic that cradles us to sleep. Story 26. On the dusty moon of Seraphis V, where the sky shimmered like tarnished silver, a lizard-like mechanic named Kale tightened the last bolt on his Starhopper's engine. His amber scales prickled in the dry air as he wiped grime from his third eyelid, scanning the horizon for the energy crystals he needed to escape this forgotten outpost. What he found instead was a capsule half buried in the violet sands, its surface etched with spiraling patterns that glowed like submerged moonlight. Inside floated Lumi. Her translucent body pulsed with bioluminescent hues, tendrils drifting in a nutrient solution that smelled of sea blossoms and stardust. Kale stumbled back, wrench raised, when her entire form flickered cerulean, a gesture he'd later learn meant don't be afraid. For now he saw only the glassy panic in her lidless eyes, the way her gelatinous hands pressed against the capsule's interior like a creature trapped in a frozen wave. "You're not a mineral deposit," Kale muttered, tail curling around his toolbox. The capsule hissed open. Lumi's first attempt at communication was a sonar pulse that rattled Kale's teeth. His answering growl sent ripples of burnt umber cascading through her form. By sunset, they'd settled on tapping codes against the Starhopper's hull, Kale's claws clicking practicalities about fuel ratios, Lumi's tendrils responding in liquid plink-plonk notes that carried the rhythm of ocean tides. She needed to reach the crystalline reefs of her aquatic homeworld. He needed to stop his ship from vibrating apart mid-launch. An uneasy partnership formed beneath the twin moons, their languages as mismatched as their silhouettes. The trouble began when Kale misinterpreted Lumi's shimmering gold freckles as approval of his engine repairs. In reality, she'd been warning him about the unstable thruster alignment. The ensuing crash landing stranded them in the Whispering Wastes, a canyon where the rocks hummed with residual energy from ancient asteroid strikes. As Kale dug through the smoldering wreckage for salvageable parts, Lumi huddled in a makeshift aquarium of sealed storage containers, her light dimmed to a worried pearl gray. "Your people really navigate by singing?" Kale asked that night, prodding a flickering campfire. He'd rigged a solar still to distill water for her, though the process required sacrificing half his coolant supply. Lumi warbled a scale that made the nearby stones resonate. Ghostly images flickered above them, a constellation of jellyfish-like beings weaving through neon currents, their trails forming shimmering maps. Kale's dorsal ridges lifted in wonder. "You're not just making noise, you're painting." Their breakthrough came during the sandstorm. Radioactive gusts screeched across the wastes, forcing them into a sealed maintenance tunnel. When Lumi's fluid began evaporating under faulty climate controls, Kale sacrificed his insulated cloak to jury-rig a humidifier. She repaid him by secreting a healing salve for his radiation burns, her bioluminescence guiding his claws when the power failed. "Why help me?" he rasped, the salve cooling his cracked scales. Lumi traced a glowing symbol in the condensation, a circle encompassing two divergent squiggles. Later he'd understand, different orbits, same sky. the canyon tested them mercilessly. Quicksand pits nearly swallowed Kale's tool belt. Electromagnetic surges disrupted Lumi's navigation senses. But in the week that followed, they learned to blend their strengths. Kale's mechanical ingenuity crafted a sand skiff from wreckage panels, while Lumi's innate understanding of energy currents helped them avoid storms. During frigid nights, her gentle glow kept frostbite at bay. When ravenous dust mites attacked, his serrated tail became their shield. Their final obstacle was the Singing Chasm, a mile-wide rift pulsing with geothermal energy. Lumi trilled urgently, projecting holographic warnings of unstable bedrock. "We've got to cross," Kale insisted, checking the sandskiff's fraying cables. "Your nutrient solution won't last another detour." She trembled, azure fear flares dancing across her membrane. Then, resolve hardened her light to emerald. A melody spilled from her, a trembling, hopeful vibration that echoed through the chasm. The very air shimmered. Kale gripped the steering yoke. "You're harmonizing with the energy fields." As their skiff floated over the abyss on Lumi's sustained note, the canyon answered. Crystalline formations rose like staircases, resonating in sympathetic frequencies. Halfway across, the skiff's engine sputtered. Lumi's song wavered. "Keep conducting." Kale shouted, claws flying over the engine. "I'll be your percussion section." He hammered the thruster array in rhythm with her melody. Sparks flew, metal groaned. But the chasm's resonance held, carrying them to solid ground just as the skiff disintegrated. When they finally reached the coral-pink spaceport, Kale found the parts to rebuild his ship. Lumi discovered an aquatic transport vessel prepping for the hydro systems. Standing at the docking bay crossroads, their goodbye lingered like a half-formed chord. "You'll need this," Kale muttered, offering a modified translator pendant, a speaker grafted to a watertight vial of Seraphis sand. "In case you find another scaly idiot who can't read sonar." Lumi detached one glowing tendril, sealing it in resin for him. Through the pendant, her voice emerged as soft bubbles. When stars reflect on ocean, they become constellations twice. Years later, tales spread across the quadrant. A rugged mechanic whose ship twinkled with bioluminescent running lights, and a navigator who wore amber scales as ceremonial armor. They seldom crossed paths, but when meteor showers painted the skies, both would pause to hum the duet that once bridged a chasm, their shared melody threading through the solar winds like promises kept. Story 27. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, there lived a young gardener named Thalia, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn earth. Her cottage stood at the edge of Willowmere, where chimneys puffed wood smoke into maple-scented air, and every garden gate bore wind chimes singing in dulcet tones. Yet for all her skill with roots and rain, Thalia trembled before the shifting seasons. When autumn's first amber leaf spiraled onto her windowsill, she'd bundle her woolen shawl tight, dreading the inevitable decay of her summer blooms. One frost-kissed morning, Thalia discovered a peculiar vine threading through her pumpkin patch. Its leaves shimmered like liquid moonlight, and when she reached to prune it, the plant curled gently around her wrist. A warmth like honeyed tea spread through her veins, followed by a whisper only her heart could hear. Not loss, but transformation that evening, the vine had grown into an archway of crystalline tendrils, through which Thalia glimpsed a garden where cherry blossoms snowed upward toward the stars. Her neighbor, an elderly clockmaker named Oren, noticed her standing frozen before the marvel. His pocket watch, a brass thing blooming with floral engravings, ticked louder as he approached. "Some gates open inward," he murmured, polishing his spectacles, "especially those grown from questions we've buried too deep." Though Thalia scoffed, she couldn't ignore how the archway's glow brightened when she neared it, nor how the pumpkins beneath its shadow began glowing like miniature suns after dusk. the true mystery arrived with the first snowfall. Thalia woke to find her entire garden encased in ice, roses suspended mid-bloom, herbs glittering like emerald-stained glass. At the center stood the archway, now crowned with frost flowers that chimed when the wind stirred. Panic clenched her chest until a voice like rustling petals spoke from the grove beyond. "Walk with me, little gardener." Through the arch stepped a figure woven from willow branches and starlight, her hair a cascade of ivy. The dryad's feet left no prints in the snow as she led Thalia into a glade where seasons danced in harmony. Spring seedlings sprouted beside autumn's golden maples, while winter's frost traced delicate patterns on summer ferns. "All growth requires release," the dryad said, catching a falling maple seed. "What if your fear isn't of endings, but of becoming?" As weeks turned, Thalia began tending this liminal garden under the dryad's guidance. She learned to brew tea from chrysanthemum frost, its steam coaxing courage from hidden places. Orin often joined her, mending broken tools with gears made of acorn caps, his laughter a steady rhythm against her doubts. When she mourned her frozen roses, he showed her how ice preserves sweetness in berries, and how seed pods must split to let new life soar. The test came when Willowmere's river swelled with spring thaw, threatening to flood the valley. Thalia's hands shook as she stood before the rushing waters, clutching a vial of the dryad's starlight sap. "Trust the flow," urged the willow spirit, pressing a leaf to Thalia's palm. As she poured the glowing liquid into the current, the river bloomed into 1,000 lotus flowers, their broad petals redirecting the flood into gentle streams that nourished dormant fields. By midsummer, Thalia's cottage stood framed by gardens both familiar and wondrous, zinnias that hummed lullabies at dusk, tomato vines bearing fruit like liquid topaz. Children came to marvel at the ice persimmons that never melted, their frosty sweetness a lesson in patience. Orin crafted a new clock for her wall, its face a living sundial where shadow and light waltzed through the hours. On the equinox eve, the dryad returned wearing a crown of ripe blackberries. "You've nurtured wisdom where fear once grew," she said, placing a single pearlescent seed in Thalia's soil-caked palm. When planted, it sprouted into a tree whose blossoms shifted with the seasons, snowdrop white in winter, cherry pink in spring, sunflower gold in summer, and maple crimson in fall. Its roots drank deeply from both joy and sorrow, and its branches sheltered travelers with leaves that whispered, "All you release becomes part of what grows." Years later, villagers would speak of the gardener who taught them to find spring in their marrow even during frost, and to see endings as folded wings waiting to unfurl. But Thalia simply smiled, stirring honey into her tea as she watched children tumble like autumn leaves through her ever-changing garden, their laughter harmonizing with the chime of frost flowers in the wind. Story 28. In the velvet shadows of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in the autumn sun, and winter's first frost painted diamonds on cobweb lace, there existed a hollowed oak older than memory. Within its cinnamon-scented chambers lived Juniper, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at midday, and whose paws left tiny maps in the moss wherever she wandered. Her world hummed with quiet magic ferns that uncurled like symphony conductors at dawn, streams carrying half-heard laughter from upstream, and stones that warmed themselves on moonbeams when they thought nobody was watching. One brittle morning when spring's breath should have been coaxing violets through the thaw, Juniper awoke to the wrongness in her bones. Frost flowers bloomed across her thimbleberry tea. The usually chatty sparrow neighbors sat puffed and silent, their songs frozen in their throats. Most troubling of all, the great current, that invisible river of energy connecting root to wingtip to starlight, flowed thin and tremulous, like a thread pulled too taut. "Child of thorn and thicket," came a voice like creaking sweetgum branches. Old Mallow, the box turtle whose shell bore constellations of lichen, emerged from her bed of last year's oak leaves. Her amber eyes held the patience of turning seasons. The hearthstone dims, the weaver's loom has slipped a thread. Juniper's nose twitched. She'd heard whispers of the hearthstone, the living crystal deep in Crystal Root Cavern, where Earth's pulse became light, tended by generations of creatures since the first acorn fell. But never had its rhythm faltered. Now, as winter's chill clung where it shouldn't, as fawns born too early trembled in glades meant for blossoms, the truth coiled cold around her heart. The journey began at moondusk, guided by fireflies bearing lanterns of living amber. Juniper traveled with companions found along the dew-kissed path. Bramble, a mole whose velvet paws could read vibrations older than stone. Wisp, a heron whose feathers held the gray-blue quiet between thunderclaps. And young Tumble, a squirrel kit whose boundless energy hid a peculiar gift for finding what was lost. Together they navigated forests where trees stepped aside for those who asked politely, crossed silver rivers on bridges woven from cattail down, and slipped through the veil of mists where shadows danced quadrilles to cricket violins. Their first trial came in the Valley of Echoing Blooms. Here, flowers grew upside down with roots cradling crystal bells that rang with memories. But the bells were silent, their petals edged with frost. The season's thread has snapped here, Bramble murmured, pressing a paw to the cold soil. See how the earth dreams of apple blossoms, but wears winter's shroud. Wisp extended her neck, touching beak to a frozen bloom. To mend, we must sing the snow into rain. And so they did Juniper's humming of new growth, Bramble's earthy rumble, Wisp's wind-through-reed's whistle, and Tumble's giggling cadence weaving into a melody that made the frost weep into dew. One by one the bells chimed, shaking loose a shower of cherry petals that swirled around them like grateful ghosts. Deeper they ventured, past the marsh of whispering willows, where reeds bent close to share warnings in papery voices. Beware the hungry cold, they rustled. It bites deeper than fangs. True enough, the air grew sharp as hawthorn spines. Tumble's breath crystallized into tiny snowflakes that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. It was Bramble who found the crack in the world, a jagged split in an ancient beech trunk oozing not sap, but tendrils of numbing darkness. The breach, he said, ears flat against his skull, where the cold seeps through. Juniper approached, her quills frosted white, and pressed her paws against the wounded tree. The cold licked at her, singing of stillness and endless sleep. But Juniper remembered old Mallow's words, what is broken may be bound, what is frozen may be warmed, but only by the joining of disparate threads. Gathering her companions, they wove their gifts, Bramble's knowledge of underground springs, Wisp's stormcaller feathers, Tumble's laughter bright as a forged spark, and Juniper's own connection to the thorned, resilient things that push through frozen ground. Together they spun a patch of sunlight and birdsong, of thawing streams and waking seeds, pressing it gently into the crack until the tree sighed and the leaking cold turned to morning mist. When at last they reached Crystal Root Cavern, the hearthstone's light guttered like a dying firefly. The great crystal, usually pulsing with colors no rainbow dared name, lay dull beneath a shroud of creeping frost. Shapes moved in the periphery, shadowy things drawn to the waning magic, their forms suggesting talons and teeth made from absence itself. The loom, whispered Wisp. Indeed, the stone's surface revealed itself not as crystal, but countless interwoven strands of light golden threads of summer warmth, silver strands of winter's rest, emerald vines of spring growth, and russet cords of autumn's letting go. But at the center, 3 threads hung severed, the vibrant green of new leaves, the azure of midsummer skies, and the deep umber of fertile soil. Juniper's paws trembled, but Tumble nuzzled her shoulder. We found the broken bits, now we just stick 'em back. The simplicity of the truth struck Juniper like sunlight. Each companion pressed their gift to the loom, Bramble's soil-rich wisdom to the umber thread, Wisp's storm song to the azure, Juniper's stubborn hope to the green. As they worked, shadows recoiled from the blooming light, dissolving into harmless moths that fluttered upward to become part of the starlight filtering through the cavern's roof. When the last thread fused with a sound like honeycomb cracking, the heartstone blazed anew. Colors cascaded across the cavern walls, the buttery yellow of dandelions, the blush of peach dawns, the profound green of deep forest shadows. Outside, the woods sighed as seasons slid back into their proper places. Snowdrifts melted into brooks singing with released minnows, buds unfurled in time-lapse splendor, autumn's flame-kissed leaves drifted down to blanket saplings preparing for their first winter. Their return journey was a procession of celebration. Fireflies strung lanterns between pine branches, foxes brought gifts of ripe blackberries preserved by magic, even the prickly old badger Grummel emerged to grunt his approval through a mouthful of gratitude honeycomb. At the hollowed oak, old Mallow waited with time-infused clover tea and a knowing smile. "Threads break," she said as they gathered round a campfire of scented applewood. "Seasons stumble, but roots remember, little ones. When frost bites too deep, listen for the heartbeat beneath your paws. When shadows crowd, kindle your shared light." As the first true spring stars pricked through the indigo sky, Juniper understood the unspoken lesson woven through their quest. The magic wasn't in the heartstone itself, but in the countless tiny bonds between mole and meadow, heron and hurricane, squirrel and sapling, hedgehog and hearth that formed the true tapestry of the woods. Years later, when a young field mouse would come seeking wisdom about unseasonal hailstorms, Juniper would show him how to weave dandelion fluff with spider silk to create weather charms, her voice warm with inherited knowing. And sometimes, if you stayed very quiet under a midsummer moon, you might glimpse them all, hedgehog, heron, mole, and squirrel dancing with fireflies at the forest's edge, their shadows intertwining like the endless, mending threads of the world. Story 29. In the velvety folds of the whispering woods, where maple trees hum lullabies and fireflies dance with the shadows, there stood a village where chimney smoke curled into alphabet letters before dissolving into the twilight. Here, in the hamlet of Willowmere, the cobblestones glimmered with embedded moon quartz, and every front door bore a tiny silver bell that rang whenever someone told a heartfelt truth. It was a place where teacups never chilled, where honeybees left trails of glittering pollen in their wake, and where the night sky bloomed with constellations that shifted patterns like a storyteller rearranging favorite tales. One crisp autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon-spiced cider wafted from the village square, young Juniper discovered something peculiar while sweeping the porch of her family's starleaf treehouse. The sky, usually speckled with hundreds of winking stars, showed a perfect circle of empty darkness above the eastern woods, as if someone had taken a cookie cutter to the heavens. Stranger still, the missing stars began reappearing each dawn, scattered in the grass like dewdrops made of light. By noon, they'd vanish again, leaving the villagers to murmur over their quilting circles and herb gardens. "They're being plucked by night goblins," insisted old Mr. Thimblewick, adjusting his spectacles made of frozen starlight. "Or perhaps the wind hags are weaving them into new constellations," suggested Mistress Nettle, the apothecary, as she ground moon petals into silvery powder. But Juniper noticed what others didn't, the faint trails of opal-colored dust leading from the fallen stars toward the heart of the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Juniper packed a basket with gingerbread, which never crumbled, a flask of ever-warm milk, and her most trusted companion, a scarred leather journal that whispered reminders in the voice of her late grandmother. As she tied her cloak, a soft thwap sounded at the window. There perched a tawny owl with eyes like molten amber, carrying a scroll in its beak. For the curious one, the owl hooted, vanishing into the plum-colored dusk. The scroll unfurled to reveal a map inked in glowing sap, marking a path through the woods with symbols of crescent moons and teardrop-shaped leaves. The journey led Juniper past brooks that sang in three-part harmony, through thickets where leaves turned transparent to reveal tiny galaxies within their veins. She followed the opal dust trails until she reached a clearing where the air shimmered like heat over a candle. There, beneath a weeping willow whose branches dripped liquid moonlight, stood a creature no taller than her knee, a moth with wings like stained glass, each pane shifting colors as it moved. In its delicate forelegs, it cradled a star fragment, humming a mournful tune that made Juniper's heart ache. "Why do you take the stars?" Juniper asked softly, kneeling in the moss. The moth startled, wings clinking like wind chimes. "They're lonely," it trilled, voice like a flute played underwater. "The sky keeps them too far apart, here they can't touch." It gestured to a hidden nook in the willow's trunk, where hundreds of star fragments pulsed in a nest of spider silk, their light dimming as they huddled together. Juniper's journal rustled its pages. "Starlight thrives on distance," her grandmother's voice murmured. "Like kindred spirits, connection nourishes them, but they need room to shine." Understanding bloomed in Juniper's chest. She plucked a hairpin shaped like a twining vine and gently pried apart two stars fused at the edges. Immediately their glow brightened. "They don't need to cling to be close," she explained to the moth. "Watch." Together they returned the stars to their places in the sky. As each fragment settled into its constellation, it stretched beams of light to touch its neighbors, creating a luminous web across the heavens. The moth gasped, wings rippling from indigo to gold. "They're holding hands across the miles." From that night on, the creature, who introduced itself as Loomies, became the keeper of stellar friendships, gently untangling stars that drifted too close and cheering those that grew dim with solitude. The villagers, upon learning the truth, built a tiny observatory in the willow grove, where Loomies could study the cosmos through lenses made of frozen dawn. As for the gap in the sky, it remained a reminder that even emptiness has purpose. On clear nights, villagers would gather to picnic under the starless circle, which now framed the moon like a locket. Children tossed wishes into it, laughing as the void transformed them into shooting stars that arced across the horizon. Years later, when travelers asked about the peculiar sky, elders would smile and say, "Ah, that's where the stars learn to embrace space. Sometimes what looks missing is just love making room to grow." And if you listen closely when the willow bells chime at dusk, you might hear Loomies humming its constellation lullabies, weaving light into a tapestry that stretches infinitely, yet connects them all. Story 30. In a valley cradled between whispering mountains, where chimney smoke curled into skies painted with watercolor sunsets, there lived a young bookbinder named Layla, whose hands could mend torn pages but struggled to mend her own heart. Each autumn, when maple leaves blushed crimson and the air carried the scent of roasted chestnuts, Leela would weave garlands of dried lavender to hang above her workshop door. But as the first frost crept over cobblestones, she'd retreat into her cottage, drawing curtains against winter's pale fingers. Change to Leela felt like a thief stealing the warmth from her favorite song. One brittle morning, as silver frost etched ferns upon her window pane, Leela discovered a curious parcel tied with willow bark on her doorstep. Inside lay a single seed, glowing like captured moonlight, and a note in spidery script. For the keeper of autumn's last sigh, the seed hummed when she touched it, resonating with the hollow space beneath her ribs where dread of winter pooled. On impulse, she planted it in a terracotta pot beside her hearth, whispering secrets to it as one might confide in an old friend. By twilight, an emerald shoot unfurled, its leaves shimmering with veins of liquid gold. Within days, it grew into a sapling that bent toward Leela's voice, shedding petals that transformed into paper-thin maple leaves when they touched the floor. Her cottage became a perpetual autumn, cinnamon-kissed air, the rustle of scarlet foliage underfoot, flames in the hearth that danced like mischievous sprites. Yet outside, winter deepened, and villagers began murmuring about the unnatural chill lingering at Leela's doorstep. "You've trapped a season," clucked Granny Mabel, the town's lantern lighter, her breath forming clouds in the frozen air as she peered through Leela's window. Seasons are living things, child. They need to breathe. Leela crossed her arms, watching the sapling's branches shiver. Why should everything beautiful fade? The old woman placed a gnarled hand on the frost-stitched glass. What if it's not fading? What if it's gathering? But Layla didn't listen. Not until the morning she found the sapling's leaves curling inward, their gold veins tarnished. The cottage air grew stifling, autumn's spices now cloying as oversteeped tea. Desperate, she bundled herself in a cloak lined with fox fur and sought the counsel of Finn, the gentle gardener who tended the moonflower vines atop the library. Finn's greenhouse was a cathedral of growing things, peach trees heavy with fruit even in winter, ferns that chimed like glass chimes when stroked. He examined Leela's wilting sapling with soil-caked fingers, his eyes soft as twilight. "This isn't a plant," he murmured. "It's a echo. You've bound your heart to a memory. I don't understand. Come." He led her past ice-encased rosemary bushes to a mural painted on the greenhouse wall, a great tree with roots plunging through stars. "The silverwood," he said. "They say it grows where the world's oldest stories are buried. Its roots drink time, its branches bear seasons. What you've grown is a splinter of its magic." A snowflake melted on Leela's lashes. "How do I fix this?" Finn pressed a sprig of evergreen into her palm. "Ask the tree, but the path there is walked only by those willing to lose themselves." The journey northward carved Leela thin as parchment. She trudged through snowfields where wind sculpted waves of ice, guided by the sapling's faint glow in her satchel. Hunger sharpened her senses. She noticed how dawn painted the frost in pearlescent pinks, how the crunch of snow underfoot formed its own brittle music. On the third night, as auroras danced like celestial kites, she stumbled into a grove where trees wore bark like polished silver and leaves tinkled like wind chimes. In the grove's heart stood the silverwood, a colossus with branches cradling glowing orbs that pulsed like slow heartbeats. Spring's tender green, summer's molten gold, autumn's burnished copper, winter's crystalline blue. As Leela approached, roots rose to form a stairway, and the tree's voice vibrated through her bones, not in words but in impressions. Honeycomb dripping, river stones smoothing, caterpillars sleeping in silk. "I'm sorry," Leela breathed, placing the ailing sapling at the base of the trunk. "I was afraid of empty spaces." The silverwood shivered. One of its winter orbs drifted down, dissolving into mist that wrapped around Leela like a cloak. Suddenly she felt the tree's memories, the necessity of bare branches, the quiet work of roots in frozen soil, the promise tucked inside each fallen seed. She saw her own life as the tree might, her childhood laughter preserved like berries in jam, her mother's funeral shrouded in necessary frost, the unpublished bookbinding designs folded in her desk, seeds waiting for spring. When the vision faded, the sapling in her hands had transformed into a locket shaped like a maple seed. Inside swirled all 4 seasons, tiny and perfect. Returning home, Leela found her village smothered under an unyielding winter. The unnatural chill had spread from her cottage, freezing the miller's stream and silencing the blacksmith's forge. With Finn and Granny Mabel beside her, she climbed the clock tower at the village square, the silverwood's locket warm against her chest. "Seasons aren't cages," she told the gathered villagers, her breath curling like a question mark. "They are conversations." Opening the locket, she released the captured seasons. Summer's warmth collided with winter's chill, birthing a rain that smelled of thawing earth. Icicles melted into brooks that sang down cobblestone streets. Snowdrops pushed through the frost, their petals trembling like newborn stars. And finally proper winter returned, gentle, fleeting, its frost merely embroidery on the edges of days. In the years that followed, Leela's cottage became a haven for those navigating their own winters. She bound books filled with pressed flowers that bloomed when touched, crafted ink from the silverwood sap, that shifted colors with the reader's mood. Finn taught her to tend moonflowers whose petals held constellations, while Granny Mabel showed her how to weave lanterns from icicles that never melted. On the first day of each season, villagers would find a small gift at their doors: a spring bulb cupping dewdrop pearls, a summer leaf fanning cool air, an autumn acorn smelling of nutmeg, a winter pine cone glimmering with stardust. No one knew who left them, though some claimed to see a woman in a cloak lined with fox fur, her footsteps sprouting crocuses in the snow. And high in the mountains, where the silverwood's roots brushed the foundations of the world, a new orb glimmered among its branches, the soft amber of forgiveness, the violet of hard-won peace, the evergreen of beginnings hidden in endings. It pulsed in time with a cottage hearth where stories were shared, where laughter melted the frost on the windows, where a bookbinder no longer feared empty spaces, for she'd learned that even the deepest winter is just spring holding its breath. Story 31. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose gnarled branches cradled the moonlight, there existed a village woven into the roots of the forest. Here lived creatures who wore morning dew as jewelry and whispered secrets to saplings, a hedgehog seamstress stitching cloaks from fallen leaves, a family of moles brewing acorn tea in their earthen kitchen, and an elderly tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten streams. At the heart of this hidden world stood the guardian tree, its bark shimmering with slow-moving rivers of amber sap that pulsed in time with the seasons. One crisp autumn evening, as the last scarlet leaf trembled on its twig, a young hedgehog named Thistle noticed something amiss. The usual symphony of rustling bracken had stilled, and the air carried the metallic tang of frost weeks too early. Her needles prickled as she approached the guardian tree, where sap normally flowed in golden ribbons now oozed sluggishly, congealing into cloudy beads that smelled of burnt sugar. High above, the constellation of stardust berries, which always bloomed when seasons turned, remained tightly furled, their silver light dimmed. "Grand elm's roots thirst," came a rasping voice. Thistle turned to find Bramble, the ancient tortoise, his moss-covered head emerging from a carpet of ochre leaves. "The wind singer hasn't sung the frost lullaby. Without her song, winter will come hungry instead of gentle." His wrinkled eyes reflected decades of balanced seasons. "Long ago, when my shell was still soft, the maple spirits taught that harmony lives in the space between notes. Find what silences the song." Thus began Thistle's journey through the unmoon valley, where shadows pooled like spilled ink and the air hummed with static. She packed a walnut-shell lantern filled with glowworms and a cloak lined with thistle down, its hem collecting burrs of worried whispers from anxious earthworms. The forest grew stranger as she traveled. Maple keys helicoptered upwards instead of falling, icicles bloomed like crystal flowers on sun-warmed stones, and a brook flowed backward, carrying confused minnows in its current. On the third twilight, Thistle discovered the wind singer's glade. Normally alive with zephyrs dancing through wind chimes made of bird's breath, it now lay still as painted glass. The great heron feathers woven from cloud tufts in twilight stood frozen mid-cry, her crystal eyes reflecting not the forest, but a tangled knot of raging storms. Circling her feet grew thorn vines thick as otters, their purple spikes oozing a substance that turned fallen leaves into brittle parchment. "Pardon." Thistle's voice shook as she addressed the thorns. A low growl vibrated through the ground, and the vines reared like serpents. But as they struck, Thistle's lantern slipped from her paw, shattering against a stone. Freed glowworms rose in a constellation of green-gold light, their bioluminescence catching on thousands dewdrops suspended in the air. Suddenly the entire glade became a prism, refracting light into colors unseen since the first rainbow. The thorn vines recoiled, their oily surfaces smoking where rainbows touched them. From this cascade of light emerged a trembling figure, a cottontail rabbit named Clover, her fur matted with bramble scrapes. "I only wanted to help," she wept. The storm roots were choking the aster meadows. I tried to burn them away, but my fire pit sparked the thorn vines instead. Her ears drooped like wilted petals. Together they realized the thorns fed on fear and haste, growing stronger with every panicked attempt to destroy them. Remembering Bramble's words about harmony living between notes, Thistle gathered moonflower petals, which only bloomed in silence, while Clover combed the forest for abandoned melodies, the hum of sleeping caterpillars, the creak of trees stretching in pre-dawn fog. They brewed a tea of patience in Clover's clay cup, its steam forming shapes of slow-growing lichen and glaciers carving valleys. Where they poured this tea, thorn vines softened into morning glory vines heavy with trumpet-shaped blooms that sang in harmonic overtones. As the last thorn transformed, the wind singer stirred. From her beak poured a melody that smelled of wood smoke and tasted like the first snowflake. It wove through the forest, untangling backward currents, guiding maple keys earthward, persuading icicles to melt into contributing streams. The guardian tree's sap resumed its honeyed flow, carrying nutrients to shivering roots. When the stardust berries finally bloomed overhead, their light fell on Thistle and Clover, sharing hazelnut biscuits with a reformed thorn vine that now wore blossoms like apology bouquets. Word of their gentle victory spread through milkweed fluff messengers and woodpecker telegraph. By winter's first true snowfall, creatures from across the forest gathered at the guardian tree for the frost gala. Fireflies strung lanterns between birch saplings, their light diffusing through falling snow into a pearl-colored glow. The hedgehog seamstress presented Clover with a new cloak, stitched from repaired thorn-vine fibers that shimmered like forgiveness. Elder Bramble showed Thistle how to read the weather in the tree's sap patterns, his claw tracing the story of their adventure, now preserved in amber. When the wind singer's new song rose a lullaby blending Thistle's courage, Clover's remorse, and the forest's collective sigh of relief, the snow began falling properly, thick, nurturing flakes that blanketed acorns and insulated mouse burrows alike. And deep in the unmoon valley, where rainbow light still danced in perpetual dewdrops, the transformed thorn vines developed a habit of catching careless leaves mid-fall, gently depositing them where earthworms could turn them into next spring's soil. Years later, when young creatures complained about the strict rules against rushed solutions, Elder Thistle would lead them to the glade. There, among singing vines and prismatic light, they'd sip aster tea and learn to hear wisdom in pauses, how the space between heartbeats holds the secret of rhythm, how silence between notes makes the music, and how even broken lanterns might release unexpected light. The guardian tree's sap continued flowing, its golden veins carrying memories of that autumn when haste turned to harmony, and every creature learned that balance isn't maintained by force, but by listening to the spaces between. As the first fireflies of evening blinked awake, their light mingling with the tree's eternal glow, the forest breathed a contented sigh. Somewhere a wind singer's melody wove through pine needles, a reformed vine bloomed midnight blue, and two friends shared a quiet laugh over teacups that never quite emptied, their steam painting new constellations in the twilight air. Story 32. In the velvet-hushed hours between twilight and dawn, where the stars stitch silver threads through the sky, there existed a village cradled in the elbow of a whispering river. Mossy cobblestones wound between cottages with roofs like cinnamon-dusted pastry, their chimneys breathing curls of wood smoke that twined with the scent of rising bread. It was here, in this place where teacups never cooled and fireflies danced quadrilles above the lavender fields, that the windows began to whisper. The trouble began on an amber afternoon, when Florian the baker pulled a tray of plum tarts from his oven, only to find every silver spoon in his kitchen had vanished. Perhaps the sugar moths borrowed them, chuckled old Mrs. Nettle as she sipped her rosehip tea at the cafe across the square. But by next moonrise the gardener's shears disappeared from her potting shed, the blacksmith's smallest hammer vanished from its peg, and young Milo's beloved tin whistle went missing from his windowsill. Each disappearance left behind a single downy owl feather, glowing faintly as moonlight on milk. 12-year-old Leela noticed the pattern first. With hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that missed little, she traced the village's bewilderment in her notebook, a map of missing items dotted with feathers. "They're all tools that make things," she murmured, chewing the end of her quill as firelight painted her attic bedroom the color of aged honey. Spoons stir, shears shape, hammers build. Outside her leaded window, the willows shivered as if keeping secrets. The next morning brought a clue wrapped in mystery. Behind the mill house where the river chuckled over its wheel, Leela discovered the missing shears suspended in midair, snipping neat circles from the twilight mist. They moved with purpose, as though guided by invisible hands, carving disks of fog that floated upward like spectral coins. When she reached out, the shears vanished with a pop of displaced air, leaving only a feather spiraling down to her palm. "Ah," said a voice like pages turning in an ancient book. Leela turned to find Mr. Bramble, the elderly toymaker, leaning on his cherrywood cane. His workshop door, normally hidden behind the clockmaker's shop, stood ajar, revealing clockwork songbirds preening under bell jars. "You've seen the shadow workers, then." Over gingerbread cookies shaped like crescent moons, Mr. Bramble explained that every century, the bridge between the mortal realm and the court of hidden helpers required mending. The sprites who maintain it are splendid craftsfolk but dreadfully shy. They borrow what they need, always returning items before sunrise, though I fear this year's task is greater than most. His fingers danced over a tiny brass owl perched on his shoulder, its eyes twin garnets. Listen for the chime of unfinished work after dark. That night, Leela lay awake watching constellations pivot above her skylight. When the village clock tower sighed 12 hollow notes, she crept downstairs, her lantern's glow wrapped in blue silk to dim its light. The cobblestones felt like chilled porcelain underfoot as she followed a trail of glimmering feathers toward the old stone bridge. What she saw stole her breath. A dozen luminous figures no taller than her hand swarmed over the bridge's central arch, their forms shimmering between visibility and shadow. Moon sprites, she realized, their hair filaments of starlight, their smithing aprons woven from spider silk. The missing tools floated around them in a ballet of purpose. Spoons smoothed mortar made of crushed pearls, shears trimmed glowing ivy that knit cracks in the stone, and Milo's whistle shrilled soft commands that only the sprites could hear. Yet the bridge's keystone remained fractured, its edges crumbling like stale shortbread. "They are stuck," Leela whispered. The sprites buzzed in distressed orbits around the damaged stone, their tiny faces drawn. Without the keystone set right by dawn's first light, the bridge, and the connection between realms, would remain unstable. Remembering Mr. Bramble's words about unfinished work, Leela studied the keystone's surface. Etched into its center was a shallow depression shaped like, she gasped. Rushing home, she returned with the oldest treasure from her sewing box, a thimble forged by her great-grandmother, its copper surface embossed with interlocking rings. The sprites scattered like dandelion fluff as she approached, but Leela gently placed the thimble in the keystone's hollow. A collective sigh rose from the shadows. The largest sprite, wearing tiny spectacles made of crystal shards, floated forward to press glowing hands against the thimble. Mortar bloomed around it like liquid silver, sealing cracks with a sound like rain on lotus leaves. As the bridge settled into wholeness, the sprites erupted into joyful somersaults, their laughter like wind chimes in a summer storm. By morning, every borrowed item reappeared where it belonged, polished brighter than before. The baker found his spoons arranged in a starburst pattern around a perfect miniature pie crust. Milo's whistle sat on his pillow, now engraved with tiny constellations that played a lullaby when held to the ear. And Leela's thimble returned cradling a spool of thread spun from actual moonbeams, its note reading, "For the Keystone Keeper." Mr. Bramble merely winked when villagers marveled at the restored bridge over breakfast. "The best helpers often work unseen," he said, feeding crumbs to his clockwork owl. Leela smiled into her hot chocolate, watching the first autumn leaves pirouette across the square. That evening, as she stitched stars onto a new quilt, she placed the moonlit thread in her window, a silent thank you to friends who mend the world in secret. And if sometimes in the pearly hush before dawn, the village children leave out thimbles and teaspoons polished to a mirror shine well, that's simply how one keeps bridges strong between all good hearts, seen and unseen. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where birch bark shimmered like moonlit silver and ferns unfurled their lace to catch starlight, there existed a hollow older than the first rainfall. Here dwelled a family of hedgehogs whose quills held the memory of every sunset they'd ever seen, their spines dusted with pollen from flowers that bloomed only when no one was looking. Mother Willowthorn, her eyes like polished acorn caps, taught her 3 prickly children the ancient language of root and rivulet. Listen when the wind changes key, she'd murmur as twilight painted the canopy in violet brushstrokes, for the forest sings its needs to those who still dare pause to hear. One crisp autumn tide, as maple keys spiraled down like tiny amber helicopters, the youngest hedgehog, a curious soul named Sorrel, noticed the stream behind their hazelnut husk home flowed backward. Minnows swam upside down, their silver bellies glinting against a current that carried whispers of frost too early. The water-wisp lanterns, usually bobbing cheerfully along the banks to guide nocturnal travelers, huddled together in the reeds, their blue flames dimmed to anxious flickers. Something's pulled the threads loose in the weave, clucked Juniper, the elder raven whose feathers held constellations only visible during the equinox. She perched on a branch woven from living shadow and sunlight, her beak clacking like knuckle bones. The frost spinners have begun their dance 3 moons too soon. If their icy webs reach the heartroot before the trees finish shedding, the sap will freeze in their veins. Sorrel's siblings trembled, their tiny claws digging into the loam that smelled of damp secrets and forgotten summers. But the little hedgehog remembered Grandfather Mossback's teaching, when balance wavers, seek the keepers of the unseen. Wrapping herself in a cloak spun from milkweed silk and spider's breath, Sorrel ventured where the trees grew so close their bark fused into archways hung with resin tears. Fireflies emerged to light her path, not with their usual golden glimmer, but in hues of worried emerald. They led her to a clearing where 7 ancient stones stood in a circle, their surfaces carved with runes that changed when viewed through raindrops. Here the air hummed with the vibration of 1,000 sleeping bees, and the soil pulsed like a slow, steady heartbeat. A figure materialized from the mist, a stag whose antlers branched into bare winter wood on one side and lush spring cherry blossoms on the other. His hooves left no imprint, but where they touched earth, snowdrops and crimson leaves unfurled together. Little Quillheart rumbled the seasoned stag, his voice carrying the crackle of hearths and the sigh of melting glaciers. You've come to mend what haste has broken. Sorrel bowed, her nose brushing cool moss that smelled of patience. The frost spinners are afraid, their song it trembles. Ah. The stag's breath swirled into a miniature blizzard that melted mid-air into dandelion fluff. They feel the absence, the thawstone has been buried beneath fear. Memories of elder tales stirred, how every 7 years the forest's creatures gathered to wash the thawstone in moonlight and cricket song, keeping its primordial warmth alive. But this cycle, the harvest mice had fled their granary after a shadow passed over the barley moon, leaving the ritual incomplete. Guided by the scent of time crushed under anxious paws, Sorrel tracked the mice to a forgotten badger set where roots dripped liquid starlight. Their queen, a tiny silver-furred matriarch named Nettlewind, clutched a shard of glowing amber. The sky screamed, she quivered, whiskers drooping. We thought it the endless frost come early. Sorrel curled around the quivering colony, her quills gently catching their tears. The sky only reminds us to sing louder, she whispered, repeating Mother Willowthorn's mantra. One by one the mice emerged, their paws sticky with honeydew and courage. Dawn's first blush found them at the Thawstone's cradle, a basin carved by lichen into the likeness of cupped hands. As Sorrel placed the amber core back into its nest of fiddlehead ferns, the frost spinners descended. These ephemeral beings, crystalline and fragile as hoarfrost, swirled around the stone in a dance that painted frost flowers across every surface. But now their steps slowed, their icy latticework retreating from tree bark as the Thawstone pulsed like a captured sunbeam. "Balance is not stillness," intoned the seasoned stag, watching sap rise anew in the maples. "It is the dance between giving and receiving, cold and warmth, action and rest." The frost spinner's leader, a being of icicle lace in December's hush, bowed to Sorrel. "Forgive our fierce song, we forgot the steps." From that day the hedgehogs kept vigil with the mice during each Thawstone cleansing, while ravens taught the frost spinners to weave their webs only where the earth requested it. Years later, when Sorrel's own quills turned the white of wisdom, she'd laid the littlest creatures to the stone. "Feel how its warmth isn't fire," she'd murmur as fireflies painted their faces in shifting gold. "It's the forest's breath, the memory of every fallen leaf feeding new roots. Guard this, and you guard the dance." And on nights when the wind nips a little too keenly, if you press your ear to an oak's wrinkled skin, you might hear it. The soft chuckle of hedgehog spines brushing frost lace, the contented sigh of seasons turning in their sleep, and the Thawstone's eternal lullaby humming through the bones of the world. Story 34. In the velvet hush between twilight and true dark, when shadows stretched long as lazy cats across the forest floor, the moss-draped oaks of Elderwood began to hum with a secret music. It was here, beneath canopies woven from 10,000 seasons of leaves, that the willow sprites stirred from their daytime slumber. Tiny beings no taller than foxglove blooms, their skin held the pearly sheen of mushroom gills, their hair floating like dandelion floss as they emerged from hollows in ancient trees. Tonight marked the turning moon when summer's golden breath would yield to autumn's crisp whisper, and every creature from the tiniest shrew to the eldest river turtle knew the delicate rituals must be performed flawlessly to keep the world in balance. Young Thistle, his acorn-cap hat perpetually askew, scampered after Elder Sorrel along a path of moonlit cobwebs strung between birch trees. "But why must the frost dancers arrive exactly when the last firefly blinks out?" he pleaded, nearly tripping over protruding roots swaddled in emerald moss. The old sprite paused her lantern, a captured will-o'-the-wisp glowing in a thistledown cage, casting honeyed light across dewdrop constellations trembling on fern fronds. "Time is the first stitch in nature's tapestry," she murmured, brushing fingers against a cluster of amber sap weeping from a pine. "Too soon, and the butterfly chrysalises harden before their wings dry. Too late, and the maple seeds spiral down without the north wind to carry them to soft soil." As they reached the glimmering pool, its surface a perfect mirror for the star-strewn sky, the night shuddered. Thistle felt it first in his toes, a wrongness creeping up like cold water. The pool's edges began crusting with ice too early, jagged crystals crawling inward despite the balmy air. From the reeds emerged Lila, the reed warbler guardian, her normally sleek feathers ruffled. "The frost dancers are lost," she trilled, distress cracking her melody. "The northern lights that guide them dimmed 3 nights past. Something blocks the celestial paths." The forest held its breath. Without the frost dancers' precise choreography, their twirling ice slippers that painted the first delicate patterns on ponds, their breath that coaxed berries to sweetness before the final harvest, the turning seasons would unravel. Elder Sorrel's lantern flickered as she knelt, pressing an ear to the cold earth. "The stone bears," she whispered, dread pooling in the word. "Their mountain heart fire wanes if it dies." Thistle didn't need to hear the rest. Every child knew the legend. Deep within granite peaks, enormous bears of living stone slept curled around a molten core, their rumbling snores stirring the earth's warmth. Their hibernation cycle, perfectly timed with the seasons, kept the planet's heartbeat steady. But something had disturbed their ancient rhythm. The rescue party gathered swiftly beneath the council tree, a colossal cedar whose roots formed natural archways. Bramble, the hedgehog archivist whose quills held scraps of bark-scribed lore, shuffled forward. The last time the heart fire dimmed, he wheezed, adjusting spectacles made of crystallized sap. The willow sprites wove a song from starlight and spider silk to relight it. But the score was lost when the great storm uprooted the memory grove. Leela fluttered anxiously. We need someone small enough to navigate the crystal caves, yet brave enough to face the stone bear's keep. Thistle's hands trembled as he raised them, acorn cap tumbling off. I'll go. The word surprised even him. My cousin Nettle tends glowworms in the lower tunnels. She says there's a new passage behind the waterfall. And so, as midnight draped its indigo cloak across the forest, Thistle found himself clinging to Leela's back as she soared over the treetops. Below, the woodland blazed with emergency preparations, fireflies spelling out warnings in flashing code, badgers digging emergency root cellars, and teams of foxes relaying messages through their intricate howl network. The air tasted of impending snow despite the calendar's insistence on autumn, each breath sharp with metallic cold. The mountain loomed, a jagged silhouette against the aurora-starved sky. Leela deposited Thistle at a crevice exhaling warm mineral breaths. The heart fire's still alive, the bird noted, relief coloring her warble. But fading. Inside, the caves unfolded like a geode cracked open, walls glittering with embedded crystals that sang when touched. Thistle's bare feet, willow sprites, never wore shoes. It dulled their connection to the earth, slapped against rosy quartz as he followed the deepening hum in his bones. The air thickened with the scent of hot iron and ancient dust until he emerged into a cavernous chamber. There they were, 3 stone bears, each larger than a hillside, their obsidian fur crusted with amethyst growths. Normally their massive paws should have glowed cherry red with inner fire, but now only faint ember glimmers pulsed beneath their stone skin. Between them lay the heart fire, a swirling orb of molten gold no bigger than a pumpkin, its light guttering like a candle in wet wind. Please, Thistle squeaked, voice swallowed by the enormous space. He tried again, pouring all his terror and hope into the words. Great guardians, the seasons falter, the frost dancers wander lost, the harvest moon grows pale, and children's mittens remain forgotten in cupboards. This last bit about the mittens slipped out unbidden, but somehow it was the detail that made the nearest bear stir. A rumble shook the cave as the smallest bear, still triple Thistle's height, lifted its head. Little singer, it groaned, voice like grinding tectonic plates. The heart fire weakens because the old songs fade. Your kind stopped replenishing the ancient harmonies. Thistle's mind raced. Willow sprites were indeed born knowing fragments of the world's song. Those hummed lullabies that mothers whispered to saplings, the clicking tongue songs that encouraged shy mushrooms to unfurl. But complete melodies. Those were guarded by the crystal roots, he gasped. Deep below the forest, where tree roots intertwined with gemstone veins, grew living crystals that vibrated with primordial music. But no one's tended them since the time of whispering rains. The bear's quartz teeth clinked as it nodded. The roots thirst for your voice. Water them with song, and the heart fire will blaze anew. Time became a slippery concept as Thistle raced back through starlit forests. The moon, now a thin, worried crescent, guided him to the hidden grove where the crystal roots pierced the earth like glowing stalagmites. Each root thrummed a different note, but their song was discordant, choked with creeping vines that shouldn't have been there. Strangler figs, moaned Nettle, arriving breathless with her glowworm lantern. They invaded during the dry spell, suffocating the roots. Indeed, the parasitic vines coiled tight around the crystals, their grip silencing the vibrations. Thistle touched a root. The crystal felt feverish beneath his palm. Closing his eyes, he reached for the first song memory, his grandmother's voice teaching him the seed-swirling ditty. As he sang, the strangler figs recoiled. Encouraged, Thistle climbed the largest root, singing louder, the song of unfolding petals, the hymn of gentle rains. Around him, other willow sprites emerged, adding their voices. Nettle drummed rhythm on a hollow log, Bramble hummed countermelody through his nose. Like ice retreating before spring, the vines withered. The crystal roots blazed anew, their vibrations resonating up through the soil to the mountain's heart. Far above, the stone bears roared as fresh energy surged into the heart fire, its light bursting forth to paint the cave walls dancing gold. Dawn broke as Thistle stumbled from the grove, exhausted but jubilant. The forest exhaled, a unified sigh of rustling leaves and trickling streams. Frost dancers spiraled down from now visible northern lights, their icy toes tracing perfect fern patterns on every surface. Apples ripened instantaneously on boughs, squirrels hastily revised their nut-burying maps, and the entire woodland erupted into the riotous colors of properly synchronized autumn. At the celebration feast, held in a clearing carpeted with sunset-colored mushrooms, Elder Sorrel placed a new hat on Thistle, a proper elder's cap woven from moonflower silk and studded with dewdrop pearls. "You've learned," she said, eyes crinkling, "that time isn't a cage but a dance, and even the smallest dancer matters." As fireflies performed the ancient tale of the shooting star ballet overhead, Thistle snuck away to the glimmering pool. There beneath water now perfectly iced with snowflake patterns, he saw the reflection of the rekindled auroras, ribbons of jade and amethyst light that would guide all lost things home. Somewhere in the distance, a mother fox sang her kits to sleep with the new lullaby spreading through the woods, a melody about brave little hats and the enduring warmth beneath winter's quilt. The stone bears, their heart fire restored, slept contentedly, dreams of millennia past blending with hopes for seasons yet unborn. And deep in the earth, the crystal roots hummed a lullaby that would weave through the dreams of every creature, reminding them that while darkness may come, so too does the dawn, in perfect time, in perfect turn. Story 35. The starship Whisper of Dawn floated like a lost ember in the velvet darkness between constellations, its hull scarred by micrometeorites and one of its thrusters sputtering irregular blue flames. Within its humming belly, two beings regarded each other across a corridor illuminated by flickering emergency lights, one small and fur-covered, ears twitching nervously, the other towering and crystalline, refracting rainbows across the walls with every movement. Lila of the Whispering Woods had never seen a being made of living quartz before. Her three-fingered hands tightened around the thermal regulator she'd been repairing when the stranger appeared, its faceted body shifting from transparency to milky opacity as it extended a branch-like limb. Designation Thrix 7 it intoned, voice resonating like wind chimes in a cavern. Query, are you responsible for the thruster imbalance destabilizing this vessel? The vole-like engineer's nose wrinkled. I'm responsible for fixing it, you walking chandelier, who let mineral life forms into the engine bay. Thus began the reluctant partnership between a mechanic from a planet where trees sang lullabies and a crystalline diplomat from a molten moon where logic was etched into one's very structure. Their first 3 cycles were a symphony of misunderstandings, Thrix interpreting Leela's habit of humming repair manuals as sonic warfare, while Leela nearly short-circuited trying to comprehend why Thrix required 16 hours daily meditating in front of the ship's navigation array, its data communion. The crystal being had chimed, appalled. The crisis came during a routine salvage mission to a derelict station orbiting a sapphire gas giant. As Leela floated through the station's corpse tethered by a safety line, her tools casting butter-yellow circles across decaying machinery, Thrix observed from the airlock. Caution, their voice filtered through Leela's helmet comm. Structural integrity diminishing by 0.9% per. The station groaned. Metal screamed. And suddenly Leela was falling sideways, the torn safety line whipping past her visor as artificial gravity panels failed in cascading waves. Her scream lodged in her throat as a jagged support beam spun toward her, until a prismatic blur intercepted her flight path. Thrix's crystalline form wrapped around her like geodes protecting a fragile seed, taking the impact that spiderwebbed cracks across their lower facets. Your blading light. Leela gasped as they drifted back to the whisper, iridescent fluid streaming from Thrix's fractures. Incorrect, crystalline life forms do not bleed. This is merely. A discordant chime interrupted them as their body flickered. A temporary energy imbalance. That night, as the ship's medical pod slowly repaired Thrix's injuries, Leela discovered three things: that crystal beings could indeed feel pain, though they called it system discordance, that their natural state was warm to the touch like sun-baked stones, and that Thrix had quietly been realigning the ship's damaged wiring each night while Leela slept. Why? She asked, pressing a cloth soaked in mineral solution against Thrix's largest crack. The maintenance bay smelled of ozone and the earthy musk of Leila's fear pheromones. A long chime. Your species requires unconsciousness cycles to function. My species requires purpose. The facets around Thrix's core shimmered cobalt. Embarrassment, Leela realized. You are adequate at repairs, but the wiring patterns pleased my resonance matrices. Leela's whiskers quivered with suppressed laughter. You mean you liked how the cables looked? Aesthetically pleasing efficiency is not illogical. It became their secret language, Leela leaving tangled wire knots where Thrix would find them, Thrix arranging repair tools in fractal patterns that made Leela's work faster. When disaster struck again during a jump through a ion storm, it was Leela who thought to shield Thrix's fragile consciousness core with her own body's natural insulation, and Thrix who calculated escape trajectories using the musical frequencies of Leela's racing heartbeat. Their final test came on a swamp moon blanketed in bioluminescent fog. The whisper lay crippled in a meadow of glowing mushrooms, its fuel cells contaminated by acidic rain. Leela stood ankle-deep in neon-blue mud, translator headset glitching as she tried to bargain with the native sentients, tall, shaggy creatures who communicated through scent and the swaying of their lichen-covered antlers. They think we're here to steal the sky, Thrix observed, analyzing the pheromone cloud one of the creatures exhaled. Their body had taken on a greenish tinge from the fog. Their legends speak of metal birds that devour stars. Tell them we just need the crystalline deposits near the hot springs, Leela urged, wringing silvery water from her tail. The ones that can purify our fuel. But Thrix stepped forward, facets dimming to a respectful amber. Instead of spoken words, they began vibrating, a deep, resonant hum that made the mushroom caps tremble. The lead native tilted its antlers, then responded with a rumble from its chest that Leela felt in her molars. What are you doing? She whispered. Speaking properly, Thrix chimed softly. Their language exists in subsonic frequencies. My resonance matrix can approximate it. A pause. They will grant us the crystals in exchange for a story. A story of how small beings repair broken things. So under violet twilight, with the natives' eyes glimmering like suspended fireflies, Leela demonstrated how to rewire a damaged console while Thrix translated her actions into pulses of sound and light. When she finished, the eldest native broke off a piece of its own antler, a glowing blue crystal, and placed it gently in her paws. That night, as the Whisper's engines purred back to life, Thrix surprised Leela by joining her in the observation dome. The crystal being's usual precise movements were slightly uneven as they extended a faceted limb toward the starscape. Your method of communication, they chimed. The stories, they are inefficient, yet. Leela smiled, sipping sap tea from her homeworld. Thrix's core pulsed warm gold. Yet they make broken systems whole in ways logic cannot. When their paths eventually diverged, Thrix summoned to mediate a nebula dispute. Leela called home to heal her planet's storm-damaged forests. They parted without ceremony, but with the quiet certainty of supernova. Layla left a new repair manual in Thrix's quarters, its margins filled with doodles of crystal beings piloting comets. Thrix embedded a single perfect facet in Leela's toolkit that projected star maps when hummed to. And across the light years, whenever they passed through the same space lane, their ships would exchange one coded burst of transmission, a vibration pattern that smelled of hot circuitry and sang of mushrooms swaying under alien stars. Some bonds, they'd learned, didn't require understanding. Only the quiet courage to stand together in the glow of things not yet known. Story 36. Once, in a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a curious child named Layla. Her hair was the color of walnut shells, and her eyes held the gleam of someone who believed the world was stitched together from unanswered questions. One autumn evening, as smoke curled from chimney tops and the scent of cinnamon apples drifted through the air, Leela's grandmother mentioned a place no one in the village had ever seen, the Glimmerwood, a forest rumored to grow where moonlight took root. They say its trees hum with old magic, the grandmother mused, stirring a pot of lavender tea, and that fireflies there carry wishes instead of light. That night Leela tucked a spool of silver thread, a gift from her grandmother, for finding your way back, into her pocket, and followed the brook's song beyond the village. The path narrowed, the stars brightened, and suddenly she stepped into a world where the air shimmered like watercolor paint spilled across silk. The Glimmerwood was alive in ways Leela had never imagined. Trees arched overhead like cathedral ribs, their bark swirling with patterns that shifted if she blinked. Not leaves, but thousands of luminescent moths clung to the branches, casting a soft blue glow. Underfoot moss pulsed gently, as if breathing, and the scent of rain-soaked parchment and wild strawberries hung in the air. Yet the most astonishing thing was the silence, not empty but full, like the pause between heartbeats. A flicker of gold caught her eye, a firefly but unlike any she'd seen. Its light pulsed in intricate patterns, weaving symbols that hovered in the air before dissolving. When Leela reached out, it landed on her finger, and a warm voice, like sunlight through honey, echoed in her mind. Lost. Not lost, Leela said, surprised by her own boldness. Exploring. The firefly's wings twinkled approvingly. Follow the moth drift. Mind the ink vine. It zipped away, leaving a trail of glowing dots that shaped an arrow pointing deeper into the wood. The journey unfolded like a tapestry. She passed a clearing where mushrooms grew in perfect spirals, their caps chiming softly when the wind stirred them. A family of rabbits with fur like melted caramel hopped beside her, offering clover flowers that tasted of butterscotch. But the ink vine, a creeping plant with petals black as spilled ink, writhed hungrily at the edges of the path. When Leela accidentally brushed against it, the vine lashed out, only to recoil as her silver thread glinted in the mothlight. Ah, she realized, winding the thread around her wrist like a bracelet. You don't like light. At the heart of the Glimmerwood stood a tree unlike the others, its trunk translucent, revealing swirling colors within, like liquid-stained glass. Beneath it sat a creature Leela might have mistaken for a rock, had it not blinked 3 amber eyes in unison. It was a Mossback tortoise, its shell overgrown with ferns and tiny blossoms. Greetings, little wanderer, it rumbled, voice slow and deep as tectonic plates shifting. You've come to see the symphony, I suppose. The symphony. The tortoise nodded toward the tree. Tapped the trunk twice. Leela did so, and the tree's colors burst outward, resolving into a cascade of floating orbs, each a captured memory. She saw a wolf pup learning to howl, a dewdrop forming on a spiderweb, a star flickering to life millennia ago. The symphony, it seemed, was the forest's living archive. But one orb pulsed urgently, an image of the moth trees wilting, their light dimming. The ink vine is choking the old trees, the tortoise sighed. It thrives on fear. The more lost or frightened visitors become, the stronger it grows. Leela's chest tightened. How do we stop it? By remembering, said the tortoise, that light follows those who carry it boldly. So Leela retraced her steps, this time with purpose. Where Inkvine slithered, she held her silver thread high, its gleam driving the shadows back. She sang the lullaby her brook had taught her, and the moths stirred from their branches, swirling around her in a protective halo. Rabbits nudged timid creatures into the light. Fireflies etched courage into the air with their luminous code. Together they reached the oldest moth tree, its trunk half swallowed by ink vine. Leela hesitated, then pressed her palm to the diseased bark. You're not alone, she whispered. The tree shuddered. Moths detached in a radiant cloud, their combined light burning the ink vine to ash. As the last dark tendril withered, the tree's glow flared brighter than ever, painting the forest in hues of topaz and pearl. When Leela returned to the tortoise, the symphony orbs shimmered with new memories, her own journey woven among the ancient ones. You've added a brave verse to our song, the tortoise said. Take this. It nudged a seed pod shaped like a teardrop. Plant it where your heart feels most at home. Back in the village, Leela buried the seed beneath her bedroom window. By morning, a sapling had sprung up, its leaves shimmering faintly, its branches humming when the moon rose. And though the Glimmerwood never appeared on any map, Leela sometimes woke to find fireflies tracing constellations on her walls, or moths resting on her pillow like fallen stars. Years later, when curious children asked about the tree that glowed in the dark, Leela would smile and say, the world is full of invisible doors. Walk through them kindly, carry light, and you'll never be lost. Then she'd tell them of inkvine and tortoises, of forests that remember, and of the courage found in simply saying, I'll try. And in the Glimmerwood, if you listen closely, the moth trees still hum her name. Story 37. In a forgotten corner of an old stone cottage, where cobwebs draped the rafters like lace curtains and dust motes danced in slanted sunlight, there lived a girl named Leela, whose pockets were always full of curious things. On the crisp autumn afternoon when the story truly began, she'd been exploring the attic's shadowy corners, her boots whispering through drifts of fallen pine needles that had crept through cracks in the roof. It was there, beneath a moth-eaten tapestry showing mountains that seemed to ripple when viewed sideways, that she found the teacup. Not just any teacup, this one was crafted from clay the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a curling vine, and nestled within it lay a single dried chrysanthemum petal that glimmered like trapped starlight. Leela's breath caught as she lifted it, the cup warmer than the autumn air should allow. When her thumb brushed the petal, the attic dissolved in a swirl of silver mist. She stood suddenly in a twilight forest, the teacup snug in her hands. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark etched with glowing symbols that pulsed faintly. The air smelled of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, burnt caramel perhaps, or apricots simmering in honey. Before she could wonder at the strangeness, a voice piped up from ankle height. Best not linger here at the edge, traveler. The shiverwinds rise soon, and they'll turn your thoughts to frost. A hedgehog stood on his hind legs, clutching a tiny lantern made from a hollowed acorn. His quills shimmered pewter blue, and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. Bramble at your service, he said, bowing so low his spectacles tumbled into the leaf litter. "You've a wayfarer's cup, I see. Been decades since one appeared in these woods." Thus began Leela's journey through the gloaming, a realm between twilight and dawn where lost things gathered. Bramble became her guide, his knowledge as vast as his courage was small. He showed her how the teacup's petal could be steeped in moonlight to open paths, never sunlight, mind, too brash for these old roads, and taught her to read the ever-changing map etched in bioluminescent moss on his lantern. Their goal reached the heartroot tree before the shiverwinds froze the gloaming's magic solid. For the cup, Bramble explained, was a vessel meant to carry starlight back to the human world, and without it, both realms would slowly dim. The challenges began gently. They crossed a river of liquid shadow by bargaining with Ferryman, an enormous otter who demanded riddles instead of coin. "What grows shorter the longer it lives?" Leela asked, recalling her grandmother's favorite puzzle. The otter's whiskers twitched. "A candle," he spluttered, and rode them across with a chuckle. They navigated the valley of echoing names, where whispered memories of lost mittens and forgotten birthdays clung to their coats like burrs, until Leela realized the valley quieted when she hummed her mother's lullaby. Then came the fading fields. Here the grass crumbled to ash underfoot, and the sky hung like frayed gray cloth. In the distance loomed the heartroot, its branches bare, its trunk streaked with cracks that wept silvery sap. But between them and the tree stretched the field, and within it moved shapes, humanoid, translucent, with eyes like burnt-out stars. "The hollow ones," Bramble whispered, quills flattening. "Souls who stayed too long searching for what they'd lost." Leela's chest tightened. The teacup in her satchel glowed faintly, its warmth seeping through the cloth. She thought of her father's pocket watch, lost years ago, still mourned, of Bramble's nervous habit of polishing his spectacles when mentioning a previous traveler who'd been less careful. Wisdom, not force. The answer came as she noticed the hollow ones weren't advancing. They were circling endlessly, like moths around a dead lantern. "They're not trying to stop us," she realized aloud. "They're stuck, can't we?" Bramble wrung his paws. "The stories say they're beyond helping." But Leela was already stepping forward, the teacup cradled in both hands. As the nearest hollow one turned, she poured a trickle of the starlight-infused tea onto the ashen soil. Where droplets fell, tiny flowers erupted, moon-pale blossoms that chimed like wind chimes. The hollow one froze, then knelt, its ghostly fingers brushing a petal. Color seeped into its form, first a hint of robin's egg blue in its coat, then coppery hair, until a young man blinked up at them, whole and solid. I was looking for." He touched his chest in wonder. "Your sister's laughter," Leela said softly, though she didn't know how she knew. "It's not here, but you can carry it back to her, can't you?" The man's eyes filled with understanding before he vanished in a swirl of fireflies. Wordlessly, Bramble handed her the lantern. Its moss map now glowed gold, a single path forward. One by one, Leela poured tea for the hollow ones, each revival sending a pulse of light through the dying heartroot. When the last spirit, a child clutching the ghost of a wooden duck, dissolved into laughter, the great tree bloomed. But the journey wasn't done. At the heartroot's base sat Thalia, its guardian, an ancient tortoise with a shell inlaid with living moss and a voice like creaking parchment. "The cup's magic is spent," she intoned. "To return home, you must drink the final sip yourself." Leela hesitated. The starlight within was the gloaming's essence. Could she take it? Bramble nudged her ankle. "Some light's meant to be shared," he said quietly. "That's why the cup chose you." The tea tasted of snowflakes and the moment before a lape. As she swallowed, the world blurred. And she was back in the attic, dusk painting the rafters amber. The teacup sat empty, the chrysanthemum petal gone. But when she blinked, faint constellations danced at the edge of her vision, and her pockets saw her pockets. Where once she collected bottle caps and pebbles, now she carried an acorn cap, still warm, a leaf etched with star marks, and the quiet certainty that lost things were never truly gone. Years later, townsfolk would wonder why Leela's pastries seemed to sparkle, why her laughter could thaw the deepest winter gloom. Children whispered that if you took her a lost button or a forgotten dream, she'd serve you tea in a storm-gray cup, and you'd leave knowing exactly where to search. As for Bramble, he took up residence in the cottage eaves, his lantern now a nightlight for wandering moths. On evenings when the northern lights shimmered, you might hear him dictating letters to a bioluminescent snail, reports to Thalia, updates on the mending gloaming. But that's a story for another night, when the fire's down to embers and the stars lean close to listen. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony, he explained. The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life. Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. But what can we do if the balance is disturbed? He asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. We must listen, he replied. The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony. As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. The forest is alive, she said with awe, and we are a part of its story. Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth, she mused, a new chapter in its ancient tale. Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 80. Story 81. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the willow of whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the willow of whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the willow of whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the Enchanted Wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the Enchanted Wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Hila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Hila found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Isla felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Isla knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Isla stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Isla felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Isla finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Isla lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn. a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 95. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees were as old as time itself, a gentle symphony of life played out among the rustling leaves and whispering winds. Here, the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, while the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, cool and inviting beneath bare feet. This enchanted forest was a realm where reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. The trees were not just trees. They were wise old sentinels that stood watch over the land, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. In their branches, birds of every color sang melodious songs, their notes blending harmoniously with the gentle babble of a nearby brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. In this hidden world, creatures of all shapes and sizes lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a small, kind-hearted squirrel named Finn. With fur the color of autumn leaves and bright, curious eyes, Finn was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and quick wit. Finn lived in a cozy nest high in the branches of an old oak tree, its gnarled limbs reaching out like welcoming arms. His home was filled with the comforting scents of acorns and dried herbs, a testament to his careful preparation for the colder months. Each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn would venture out to greet the day, his heart filled with the simple joy of being alive. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was ablaze with the fiery colors of the season, Finn noticed something unusual. The leaves, which normally fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade, seemed to be swirling up into the air, caught in a dance with the wind. It was as if they were alive, moving with a purpose and grace that defied explanation. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the path of the dancing leaves. As he darted through the underbrush, the cool breeze ruffled his fur, carrying with it the earthy scent of the forest. The leaves led him to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stag, his antlers crowned with a halo of mist that shimmered like stardust. His presence commanded a quiet reverence, and the creatures around him watched with wide eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. The stag, whose name was Eldrin, was the guardian of the whispering woods, a being of immense wisdom and gentle strength. With a voice that resonated with the deep timber of the forest, he spoke to the gathered creatures. "The time has come," Eldrin announced, his words weaving through the air like a soothing melody. "The cycle of the seasons is upon us, and with it, the magic that sustains our world. We must come together to maintain the harmony that allows us all to thrive." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He understood the balance of the forest was a delicate one, reliant on the cooperation and understanding of all its inhabitants. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a truth as old as the forest itself. As Eldrin continued, he explained the task at hand. "The winds of change are strong this year, and they bring with them the whispers of ancient magic. We must harness this magic to ensure the forest remains vibrant and alive through the coming winter." With a nod of understanding, the creatures set to work. The birds took to the skies, their wings cutting through the crisp air as they spread seeds across the forest floor, ensuring new life would spring forth when the seasons turned. The rabbits and foxes worked together to clear fallen branches, creating cozy burrows and dens to shelter them from the cold. Even the smallest insects played their part, tending to the soil and helping it breathe. Finn, with his nimble paws and quick mind, was tasked with gathering the leaves that danced through the air. He scampered to and fro, collecting them in great armfuls and placing them in a pile at the center of the clearing. As the pile grew, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, infused with the magic that Eldrin had spoken of. Once all the tasks were completed, Eldrin stepped forward, his hooves silent on the forest floor. With a graceful dip of his head, he touched the pile of leaves with his antlers. A brilliant light erupted from the center, spreading outwards in a wave of warmth and energy that enveloped the entire forest. Finn watched in awe as the light danced through the trees, illuminating every leaf and branch with a golden glow. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the power of unity and the magic that flowed through the natural world. As the light faded, a deep sense of peace settled over the forest. The creatures, their hearts filled with contentment, returned to their homes, knowing that they had played a part in maintaining the balance of their world. Finn, too, made his way back to his nest, his feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. As he settled down in his cozy home, he felt a warmth in his chest, a quiet satisfaction that came from being part of something greater than himself. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its inhabitants living in harmony with one another and the world around them. The magic of the seasons continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom and friendship of those who called the Whispering Woods their home. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the moon cast a gentle glow over the land, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the forest and its magic would always endure. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind-blown secrets, there lived a boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when held to the ear, feathers that shimmered like liquid starlight, and acorn caps that fit perfectly on his thumb. But his greatest discovery came on the eve of his 10th birthday, when he found an oil lantern tucked behind a crate of dried lavender in the attic. Its brass surface was dull with age, and etched into its base were words worn soft as a grandmother's hands, "Seek what hides in plain sight." That night, as the first cricket began its even song, Milo polished the lantern until his face blinked back at him from the metal. When he struck a match to light the wick, the flame leapt not in gold, but in rippling silver, casting patterns across the walls like moonlight dancing through willow branches. The air smelled suddenly of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, vanilla perhaps, or ripe plums. A path of glowing foxglove blossoms appeared beyond his window, winding into the ink-dark forest where villagers never wandered after dusk. Milo's boots crunched on frosted leaves as he followed the trail, the lantern swinging gently in his grip. Shadows stretched and shivered around him until he reached a clearing where a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, though his eyes twinkled like dew. "Bramble at your service. I suppose you've come about the weeping." The weeping. Milo crouched, lantern light pooling around them. A sound shivered through the trees then, a mournful wail that made Milo's bones ache. Bramble's quills drooped. The guardian of roots, her heart tree is sick, and without its song the forest's memories are unraveling. Birds forget their nests, streams misplace their courses. Even the stars, he pointed to the sky, where constellations flickered like guttering candles, grow faint. The lantern's flame dimmed as the wail came again, closer now. Bramble scurried up Milo's sleeve, his whisper urgent. "The lantern chose you, but only kindness can mend what's broken. Remember, roots listen best when the world holds its breath." They pressed deeper into the woods, guided by a firefly named Glint, whose wings left trails of citrine light. "I'll illuminate doubts," she declared, zipping ahead. "Doubts in doorways and, oh, duck." Milo barely avoided a spiderweb strung with trembling pearls of rain. When they found the guardian, she was curled at the base of a massive oak, her bark-like skin split with cracks that oozed amber tears. The tree above her groaned, its branches clutching shriveled leaves. "It starves," the guardian mourned, voice rasping like dry reeds. "The roots cannot hear the sky's song anymore." Milo knelt, setting the lantern between them. Up close the tree's bark bore carvings, swirling patterns that told stories of seasons long past. He placed a palm against the trunk and images flooded his mind. A sapling drinking starlight, generations of owls nesting in its arms, the first time snowfall kissed its branches. But the memories grew fractured, fading like ink in water. "The roots need to remember," Milo murmured. Bramble nibbled a threadbare root tendril. "They're tangled, too much noise underground, grumbling stones, chattering worms." Glint settled on Milo's shoulder. "What if we sing the tree's own story back to it, so the roots recognize their song?" The guardian lifted her face, hope kindling in her hollow eyes. "The tree gave its voice to the wind long ago. We've forgotten the tune." Milo studied the lantern's inscription, "Seek what hides in plain sight," and gasped. "The stories are right here." He traced the carvings on the oak. "These aren't just marks, they're notes." Unlatching the lantern's glass, he held the flame near the symbols. Shadows leapt across the grooves, transforming them into a musical staff dotted with notes. Glint hummed, translating the patterns into a melody as delicate as cobwebs. The guardian joined in, her voice deep and resonant as a cello string. Bramble drummed a rhythm on an acorn cap. Milo closed his eyes, pouring the lantern's silvery light into the song, imagining it seeping through soil to where the roots lay knotted and confused. Slowly, the ground warmed. The oak shuddered as roots untwined, stretching toward the melody. Overhead, leaves plumped emerald green, and a single blossom unfurled, a white petaled star that drifted into Milo's palm. The heart tree's gratitude, the guardian whispered. Plant it where memories grow thin, and it will whisper the world's stories back into balance. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Milo returned home, the lantern now glowing with a steady, butterscotch light. In the village square, he planted the blossom beside the well. By midday, elders swapping tales there found their voices richer, their laughter brighter. Children discovered they could suddenly recall every word of their grandparents' bedtime stories. Milo still collects curious things, but now he seeks objects heavy with unsung tales. A locket that hums lullabies when opened, a quill that writes in the scent of its memories, campfire smoke, rose gardens, fresh-baked bread. And on quiet evenings, when the lantern's light spills across his windowsill, he swears he hears brambles snuffily chuckle in the rustle of leaves, or glimpses glint spark leading fireflies in constellations no one else recognizes. The villagers say the boy with the lantern has a way of mending broken things, clocks that won't tick, friendships frayed by harsh words, hearts stiffened by loneliness. But Milo knows the truth. Every object, every person, holds a song beneath their surface. Sometimes all they need is a gentle light and someone willing to listen. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly. Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us. Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the Whispering Woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duty she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a Viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Leora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athura. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Leora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Leora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Leora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Leora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Leora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Leora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Leora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient Viridian tree, Leora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Leora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Leora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Leora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Leora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, with such power came a great challenge: using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leela gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations, a music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore ink blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the starfall glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Leela carried her above treetops tinged with first frost, Bramble snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things. It's in learning how ordinary things can find you. And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtles' constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Mira decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Mira walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Mira emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Mira, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Mira greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Mira followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Mira paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Mira had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Mira found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler." The grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back. As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyria, there lay a small, unassuming village known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyria, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephyria, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever-welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyria's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Keelan, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quillan and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quillan's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quillan and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe.